Chapter 1699. Faced with such a Dharma Supreme, everyone actually couldn't help but say, Shumi. The Dharma Supreme looked at the Calamity Sword with great longing. He reached out his hand and gently touched the sharp edge of the sword outside his chest. His face was full of satisfaction and blushing. His voice actually trembled a little as he let out a long sigh. Brother, brother, brother. His voice was filled with deep affection and longing. That kind of nostalgia, that kind of bitterness. Drop after drop of tears fell down. Some of the tears coincidentally fell on the Calamity Sword's blade and flowed along the sword's blade into Z's chest. The Dharma Supreme opened his mouth and breathed out softly as if he was suffocating. Finally, he said in a trembling voice, I'm going to leave soon. We won't meet again. Swordmaster Chu, don't forget your promise to me. Chu Yang's heart was bitter. He said, I will never forget. Diwu Chochong, the former tribulation Diwu, you are destined to be recorded in history. In the hearts of your brothers, you will only be the Diwu Chochong of the past. There will never be any change. The ones who bring disaster to the world are only the heavenly demon seed and the Dharma Supreme. Diwu Chochong's pupils dilated a little. He seemed to ask subconsciously, is that so? Is that true? Then, a childlike, innocent smile appeared on his face. He murmured, if that's true, how happy would I be? He quieted down. After a long time, he slowly recited in a low voice, life and death are but empty. Brothers are also concerned about love. I hate that I have no power of reincarnation. He seemed to want to recite a poem that he would recite before his death. However, his voice became softer and softer. Chu Yang moved closer to his ear, wanting to hear what he said at the end. However, the Dharma Supreme had completely lost his breath. His eyes were full of longing and his face was full of regret. His fingers were still touching the Calamity Sword longingly, but he had become dead silent. He was dead. Infinite melancholy awaits the next life. Chu Yang sighed softly and continued the last line of the poem. Perhaps Diwu Chochong didn't think so. However, this line was Chu Yang's blessing for him, to this person who had overturned the world and destroyed it. Yet, he was filled with infinite melancholy, infinite regret, and infinite sorrow. My sincere blessings. Chu Yang exerted force in his hand, wanting to pull out the Calamity Sword. However, at this moment, the Dharma Supreme's motionless body dissipated, turning into specks of light. Starting from his limbs, it gradually turned into nothingness. The longing in his eyes, the regret on his face. Finally, they turned into specks of light that danced in the air. Then, they were extinguished one by one until they disappeared from the world. Between heaven and earth, only the purple Calamity Sword was left standing where Feng Zun was originally standing. The blade of the sword was as bright as water. It flashed quietly in the air. Then, the Calamity Sword suddenly emitted an abnormally strong suction force. Like a whale sucking in water, it instantly sucked all the demonic mist into the Calamity Sword, leaving nothing behind. Dawn reappeared between heaven and earth. In just a short moment, the demonic aura disappeared. It was completely restored to the clear sky and bright sun. The sky was bright and beautiful. The mountains and rivers stretched for thousands of miles, giving off an auspicious and peaceful image. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji looked at the void in front of them with disappointment and frustration. At the same time, he sighed softly. Then, each and every one of the brothers couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Diwu Chong had passed away. However, that melancholy feeling between heaven and earth didn't dissipate for a long time. In life, one really can't take a wrong step. A single slip will lead to everlasting regret. If one wants to look back, it would have been 10,000 years. One must never take a wrong step. Mo Tianji sighed deeply. A sigh drifted in the void and dissipated. Everyone below had been waiting anxiously for a long time. All of them looked at the sky anxiously. Their necks were sore from looking up. Finally, one by one, the figures appeared out of thin air. They were Chu Yang and the rest. When everyone below saw that Chu Yang and the rest were all intact, they heaved a sigh of relief. Their hearts could finally be at ease. Instantly, cheers erupted. Chu Yang had just landed when Moon Breeze and the rest surrounded him. Where's the Dharma Supreme? He didn't escape, right? He's dead. Chu Yang sighed and said, his body and soul were destroyed. He died under the Calamity Sword. Sigh. Moon Breeze and Moon Breeze's faces were filled with both joy and melancholy. They said softly, dead is good too. It can be considered his release. Mo Tianji said solemnly, the Dharma Supreme is the Dharma Supreme. He's not anyone else. Everyone, please remember this. Wu Jueqing, Ling Muyang, and the rest nodded deeply. Clearly, everyone understood the meaning behind Mo Tianji's words with their rich experience over the years. The Dharma Supreme's merits and demerits could no longer be judged. Now that he was dead, everything would return to nothingness. Since there was no final conclusion, death was the most important thing. It turned into a sigh. Chu Lu came over with Tai Yang in her arms. Big brother. When Chu Yang turned around, he was shocked. Why is this little one here? Who brought him here? Isn't this nonsense? The little guy stuck a finger into his mouth and bit it. He had an adorable look on his face as he looked at Chu Yang timidly. Then, he called out in a childish voice, Daddy. Chu Yang shuddered. He grabbed him and held him in his arms. He asked, how did you get here? Where's your mother? Is she okay? The little guy blinked playfully. Mother is fine. I came here secretly this time. I'm coming out now. Before he finished, he was slapped on the butt. You little bastard. Aren't you asking for your mother's life? How dare you do this? Chu Yang was furious. After the slap, he felt his heart ache. He was about to comfort him when Feng Yuro snatched him away and said angrily, how can you hit a child when you're still young? Are you still a father? You don't know how to control your strength, you bastard. Chu Yang was stunned. His son was taught a lesson, reprimanded, and even called a bastard. Looking at Feng Yuro, he couldn't help but scratch his head. Is this my son or your son? Why are you more concerned than me? Do we have the same value as you? Is this what you call a shitty matter? Daddy, I came out this time to discuss something with you. It's a very important matter. The little guy waved his chubby little hands and explained righteously. Chu Yang snorted. What does a little kid like you know? You actually want to discuss a shitty matter with your father? Something important? Is this what you call a shitty matter? At the side, Mo Qinggu, who was dressed in red, looked at Tai Yang with a complicated gaze. She said softly, Chu Yang, is this really your son? Tai Butian's matter. Mo Qinggu had known about it a long time ago. The twists and turns of this matter. Mo Qinggu had also tried to find out about it in detail. However, the moment she saw Tai Yang, Mo Qinggu's heart was still very complicated. Mo Qinggu naturally liked the lively and tender child from the bottom of her heart. But towards his subtle nature, she more or less felt a knot in her heart. Chu Yang scratched his head. Knowing that the real trouble had come, he went up and was about to explain when he saw the little guy sneakily poking his head out and looking at Mo Qinggu. He said, Daddy, is this the Qinggu mommy that mother always says she's sorry to? Chu Yang was stunned, but he saw Mo Qinggu's face glowing. Little Tai Yang's one sentence was better than a certain king of hell's 10 sentences. She had said 100 sentences. But the sentence mother often says that she's sorry to Mother Qinggu instantly neutralized all the obstacles in Mo Qinggu's heart. She went forward and asked somewhat nervously, your mother really said that? The little guy nodded vigorously, his expression pure and innocent. Qinggu mommy, you're so beautiful. You look so friendly, so gentle, so considerate. How did I get such a beautiful mother? I'm so blessed. Mo Qinggu fainted instantly, her heart inexplicably happy. She clapped her hands and said, then, baby, let Qinggu mommy hug you, okay? Ignoring Chu Lu's strong attempts to stop him, the little guy eagerly reached out his hands. Wow, I love being hugged by the friendly and gentle Qinggu mommy the most. So cute. What's your name? Mother calls me Little Yang. Little Yang. What a nice name. Qinggu mommy, do you have a good relationship with my mother? Huh. I always heard from my mother that you'll be the best in her generation. Really? Of course, I never lie. You Your mother is also a good person. Qingwu mommy is even better. Yes, yes, we're all good people. Looking at Qingwu playing in circles with the child in her arms, the adult and the child letting out pure and happy laughter from time to time, Chu Yang's eyes widened so much that they almost popped out of their sockets. As for Gu Duxing and the others, they stared at each other even more. You and I stared at each other. The problem that Chu Yang was most worried about previously was completely solved with just a few sentences from Rak, and it was solved without any trace. The whole thing was natural, harmonious, and logical. Moreover, it also laid a solid foundation for Imo Qingwu and Tai Butian to get along in the future. In Imo Qingwu's eyes, such a small child naturally wouldn't lie, and wouldn't lie. Usually, children of this age wouldn't even talk about sex. Lie? How could they lie? So Imo Qingwu naturally believed it. But even if Imo Qingwu combined all the wisdom of her previous and current lives, she would never have thought that the little guy in ZJ's arms was really a huge freak. Of course, there were still a few prerequisites for this. First, Imo Qingwu loved Chu Yang deeply. Second, Chu Yang had always been very honest about everything. Third, Tai Butian had long accepted Imo Qingwu's existence. Fourth, Imo Qingwu's memories from her previous life had recovered. Although the memories of this life were still dominant, the rationality and habitual obedience of her previous life still existed subconsciously in Chu Yang. None of these conditions could be missing. Without any one of them, it would be difficult to achieve the current result. Even Imo Tianji, who was supposed to have the most opinions, was rubbing his chin at this moment. He didn't say anything and just shook his head vigorously. Chu Yang, I say, this son of yours is really too smart. Demon. Thank you to the brothers and sisters who have followed us all the way till now. Thank you. Today is the birthday of the Alliance Master, Pegasus Meteor Kick. Let us wish him a happy birthday. Pegasus Meteor Kick, a very patient uncle. As long as he appeared in the group, his first sentence would definitely be an emoticon. His first expression would definitely be facial paralysis. Chapter 1700. Chu Yang rubbed his chin and had the same expression as Imo Tianji. He said, "Don't you know whose son he is? Intelligence is a must. So what if he's monstrous? Aren't you monstrous too?" Imo Qingwu was already carrying Tai Yang and searching for gifts one by one. The first one was, of course, Imo Tianji. "Little Yang, this is your uncle. Greet him." "Hello, uncle." "Yes, take a gift from uncle. Don't stand on ceremony." Imo Tianji was dumbfounded, and his face turned green. This sister of his sold him out the moment she turned around? I know. Uncle must have the best things. The little guy innocently stretched out his chubby hand and said innocently, if the things aren't good, Uncle would be embarrassed to take them out. Imo Tianji's face immediately turned green. This is Uncle Du Xing, hello? Uncle Du Xing. Don't stand on ceremony if you want a gift from Uncle Du Xing. We're all good brothers of your father. Gu Du Xing's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Looking at the little pink hand in front of him, he had no choice but to smile stiffly. Then, he began to rummage through his storage ring. What exactly did he have that was suitable for a child? And it had to be suitable for this kid. This was really a headache. Although it wasn't the other brothers' turn yet, they had already started to open their rings and search. Because they seemed to be good brothers of a certain father, each of them was sweating profusely. This was the first nephew among the brothers, and very likely to be the next big boss. Looking at this little guy's intelligence, the words very likely might have to be deleted. It became definitely the next big boss. This gift definitely couldn't be sloppy. But what should be a good gift? Uncles, don't be troubled. I don't mind. I really don't mind. The little guy smiled cutely, revealing his missing front teeth. Actually, I don't like children's toys the most. My mother always said that a man shouldn't lose himself in playing with things. So, I'm more interested in some heavenly treasures. Hee hee. Although I don't know what heavenly treasures are, the 7 or 8 brothers did a somersault in unison. It was too shocking. Damn it, this little rascal is really Chu Yang's son. He has the same hobby as you. Likes heavenly treasures? This. If it was a child's toy, he didn't have it even now. But weren't they walking towards the capital now? As long as they entered the city, they would be able to get as many as they wanted. What was the point? So what if they were given away every day? But this heaven and earth treasure, oh my God. He couldn't even take out 1,000-year-old ginseng, could he? Over the past few years, brothers, apart from the common gains, everyone still had some personal belongings. However, those personal belongings would undoubtedly be emptied out today. Uncles, don't worry. If I have younger brothers and sisters in the future, I will take good care of them and play with them. The little fellow smiled innocently. I really look forward to it. The brothers immediately glared at each other. This was definitely a threat. This little bastard. Everyone's face darkened, and they were dumbfounded. I'm at a loss of what to do. Holy crap, Big Brother Chuyang. What kind of child did you give birth to? Help, we didn't give you a greeting gift, and you want to torment our child? Damn it. Looking at the commotion over there, Chu Yang's eyes followed the little figure. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Yes, how many battles and difficulties had he gone through? How many storms, how many seasons had he gone through? Through wind, frost, rain, and snow. He fought against torrents and went through hardships. His infatuation didn't change. Even a young man with lofty aspirations was troubled. Cough, cough, cough. From having nothing in the lower three heavens and being weak, all the way until now when he had transcended beyond the limits of the heavenly layer. With a stomp of his feet, the martial world would tremble, and with a cough, mountains and rivers would bow down. How much had he sacrificed? How much had he gone through? How many times had he narrowly escaped death? How many times had he circled in front of the king of hell's palace? How many times had he traveled to hell? Finally, today, he had reached the pinnacle. He held the heavens in his hands. The world was in his hands, and heaven and earth trembled because of him. But was all this worth it? At this moment, Chuyang only felt that there wasn't much joy in his heart. Then, he had a feeling. Actually, standing at the pinnacle and standing on flat ground were essentially the same. They were both standing on the ground. Only with one's feet on the ground would one's heart be the most stable. It's just that there are always some differences between high and low. Chuyang smiled bitterly in his heart. The Moonbreeze couple had already walked over. Sword Master Chu. Yes, seniors. Chuyang sorted out his thoughts. What's the matter? Yu Lingshues smiled bitterly and said, now that the Dharma Supreme is dead, and the law enforcement force is only in name now, all the core forces have been wiped out, and the entire heavenly layer is practically a wasteland. As for what to do in the future, we still need everyone to discuss and come up with an idea. Speaking of this, Chuyang also had a headache. After scratching his head for a long time, he finally squeezed out a sentence. This matter, it's not very appropriate to talk about it here. After all, it involves quite a lot of places. Let's go back and sit down. Let's talk about it slowly. Both Mo Tianji and Diwu Qingru must be present, and then some of the remaining forces on this continent must also be informed. In short, Sai, although this mess is very difficult to clean up, it can always be cleaned up slowly. He actually wanted to say, I'm leaving anyway, that's your business. But he didn't dare to say it out loud. If he said it out loud, he would probably be beaten up by the crowd. The Moonbreeze couple was actually extremely conflicted about this as well. They both nodded and then sighed. Looking at the mountain of corpses over there, Chuyang also had a headache. He dragged Rue Batong over. How long are you going to burn them like this? Quickly give me the Nirvana flame. Quickly get it over with. Rue Batong sat down on the ground, almost crying. Boss, do you think the Nirvana flame is as simple as striking a flint? You said it so easily and happily. Chuyang narrowed his eyes. What? Do you have other ideas? Rue Batong surrendered with a sullen face. I'll go, okay. Damn it, I was just extorted and ordered around. Why am I always so unlucky? At this moment, the capital city could be said to be in ruins, full of devastation. Although there was no battle in the city, the strong aftershocks of this final battle had also destroyed countless houses. There were almost no intact houses in the entire city. The Yi clan courtyard, the grandest residence in the capital city in the past, was now dead silent, with corpses everywhere. This was the work of the law enforcement officers who had carried out the Dharma Supreme's sneak attack on the women and children of the Yi clan. At this moment, corpses were everywhere, fresh blood flowing, green flies flying here and there. When Chu Yang and the others saw this scene, they all felt a sense of desolation in their hearts. The world had changed so many times. Just a few months ago, the Yi clan was still the most dazzling clan on this continent. Now, the clan had been destroyed, and there were almost no descendants of the Yi clan left in the world. Not to mention a long time ago, even if this was said a month ago, who would believe it? He ordered the remaining warriors of the Ling clan to open all the Yi clan storehouses and take their treasures to help the people in the city. Now, only the Ling clan still had some people left. The other clans were basically all dead. Looking at the Yi clan's incomparably huge storehouse, Chu Luer was deeply moved. Just a year ago, she was still wantonly plundering here. Now, there was not a single person left in this clan. The world sighed, and the world turned into mulberry fields. As for the items in the Yi clan storehouse, other than a few essential elixirs, Chu Yang did not touch any of the other treasures. The sound of clothes fluttering could be heard. Diwu Qingru came from afar, his face full of pain and sorrow. There was also a faint sense of helplessness. What's the matter? I just received the latest news. My Diwu clan was also unable to avoid this catastrophe. Everyone in the clan, except for me, are all dead. Diwu Qingru smiled bitterly, but his eyes were already glistening with tears. Everyone was speechless. They really did not expect that even the rising Diwu clan would be destroyed. Diwu Qingru shook his head repeatedly, smiling sadly. For a moment, he did not know what to say. Even someone as wise and steady as him also had mixed feelings in his heart at this moment. The Dharma Supreme was Diwu Chocheng in the past, and also the ancestor of the Diwu clan. The destruction of the world this time actually wiped out his own clan, which was reborn from the ashes. Regarding this matter, people really did not know what to say. Diwu Qingru had previously put in so much effort and finally saw the light of hope for the revival of the Diwu clan, but it was destroyed by his own ancestor. Thinking of the effort, and wisdom that Diwu Qingru had put in for this matter, this really made people not know whether to laugh or cry. Cold-blooded? Heartless? Ruthless? The hearts of Chu Yang and the others were as heavy as lead. The Dharma Supreme, no, it should be Diwu Chocheng, for the sake of Jingzhong, had indeed gone to the extreme, even sacrificing his own clan. This kind of hatred, this kind of intention, whether it was Chu Yang, Imo Tianji, or anyone else, they knew that they would not be able to do it. A few days later, everyone arrived at the capital, which meant that those who should be here were all here. Then, everyone began to brainstorm and discuss the future path of reconstruction. The apocalyptic catastrophe that the Dharma Supreme had launched this time covered a wide area. Just as he had said, not only the upper three heavens, even the lower three heavens had been swept by it. In the entire heavens, only the lower three heavens had luckily escaped because its level was too low. After a few days of discussion, it was finally decided that Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro would jointly assume the position of the new Dharma Supreme and restructure the authority of the law enforcement officers. And Diwu Qingru would be specially appointed as the chief military advisor of the law enforcement officers, becoming the third person in charge of the affairs of the world. Assigning this position to Diwu Qingru was definitely a stroke of genius. With Diwu Qingru's meticulous mind, this arrangement would undoubtedly save him a lot of trouble. Among the original law enforcement officers, only Han Xiaoran from the southeast region was left. Han Xiaoran was promoted to become the law enforcement officer of the world, supervising all the law enforcement officers in the world. Today is also the birthday of our Alliance Master Father. Everyone definitely does not know that Father is our Huyan Albua, Sister Yu. Congratulations to our Sister Yu on her birthday. Every year, there will be a day like this. Forever young and beautiful, with a lonely love that lasts forever. Chapter 1701. Han Xiaoran was upright and outspoken. He enforced the law impartially. Everyone in the world admired him. It was natural for him to take over as the law enforcement master of the world. As for the team directly under Han Xiaoran, it was made up of Sha Xinliang, Qin Baoshan, Wan Renjie, Cheng Duiying, and the officers under Lang Yilong. Of course, there were almost no law enforcement officers left now. The so-called supervision was just a nominal term. Their real duty at this stage was to monitor the world and guard against thieves. Especially at this moment when a myriad of things were waiting to be done, there would surely be many unrighteous people that would take advantage of the situation, and it just so happened that there was a need for a formidable force to stop them. However, in order to control the world, one must have considerable power and strength, especially Han Xiaoran, the law enforcement master of the world. Therefore, when Chu Yang took out the heavy pill and fed it to Han Xiaoran, he also gave him a cup of wine. Once Han Xiaoran's worries were completely resolved, he also gave him a cup of wine. 1 cup of wine, hundreds of years of cultivation. As for Sha Xinliang, Qin Baoshan, Wan Renjie, and the others, they would naturally be promoted as well. It was just that when Wan Renjie and the others came, they had sighed for a long time. The Cheng clan was exterminated, but it wasn't exterminated by their own hands. Wan Renjie and Cheng Duiying felt guilty towards their old friends. After Chu Yang's persuasion, they finally felt a little better. After receiving the appointment that night, Chu Yang, Wan Renjie, and the others immediately set off to pay their respects to Wei Wuyan. They buried Wei Wuyan's severed hand together with his body. At night, everyone got drunk in front of Wei Wuyan's grave. Thinking back to the changes in the situation when they left the Northwest, he still felt like it was a dream. As for the Northwest side, it was assigned to the 3 Stars Divine Clan to recuperate and build up strength. In order to keep the various clans in check and balance, the law enforcement officers specially invited Elder Yu of the Elf Clan, Gui Gu of the 3 Stars Divine Clan, and a few other elders to serve as the law enforcement officers' guest elders. Regarding the fairness and impartiality of the law enforcement measures, all shall be treated equally and supervised. As for Jun Shizhu, the leader of the Dark Bamboo of the 3 Heavens, she had followed the instructions of the Moonbreeze couple. He also wanted to appoint a position to win over the head of the triad. However, Jun Shizhu had resolutely resigned. She had already taken her revenge, so she no longer had any worries in her heart. She only wanted to stay in the upper 3 heavens. She had no interest in the higher level of the upper 3 heavens. At most, I will only visit my younger sister once in a while. Other than that, I don't even feel like coming to the upper 3 heavens. Jun Shizhu said, even the descendants of the tribulation are ungrateful. So, the geomancy of the upper 3 heavens isn't necessarily good either. So, they disdain to live here for a long time. Everyone smiled bitterly. This sentence could be said to be somewhat extreme. But then, he remembered the Jun family's 10,000 years of injustice. However, he couldn't help but sigh. Xiaowei, if you dare to bully Lulu, I will personally come and cut you up. After leaving behind such a valiant sentence, the triad boss of the 3 Heavens triad walked away in a carefree manner. Duke Yu rubbed his nose. Under everyone's strange gazes, he almost wanted to stuff his head into his trousers. He had such a valiant aunt. Duke Yu could be considered to be very accommodating. Disregarding everything else, he could feel a chill in his crotch at all times. Cough. News came from the southeast. The Huang clan had also been attacked by the law enforcement officers. Except for Huang Xiaoyou and a few other people who came from afar to participate in the Tianding Grand Meeting, the rest of the high-level martial artists of the Huang clan were all killed. The only fortunate thing was that the Huang clan didn't belong to a big clan after all. So, the law enforcement officers didn't kill them all. So, the old, weak, women and children were still alive. The high-level martial artists under Duke Huang were also included in the ranks of the law enforcement officers. They were under unified management and command. In addition, the Chu clan of the southeast announced that they would withdraw from the Jianghu. They had a high status and existed in the flat mountain ridge. They were in close cooperation with the law enforcement officers. However, they didn't come out unless it was necessary to live. The world was desolate. According to the words of the people who came here, there were a lot of people from the Jianghu on the road. However, after this catastrophe, the road was unexpectedly safe. There weren't many people from the Jianghu. The law enforcement officers purged the world. Their target wasn't just to purge the big clans. Based on the intelligence network of the law enforcement officers, Almost all the martial artists in the world were within the scope of their intelligence. This time, almost all the martial artists who were above the martial emperor level were killed. Occasionally, there were some who slipped through the net, but at most, it was only 2 or 3 out of 10,000. It was a very vivid image of a hare on an ox. As the saying goes, heroes use martial arts to break the rules. It was precisely because martial artists had martial arts that they could be above ordinary people. Only when they had profound martial arts could they do things without any scruples and do as they pleased. One of the consequences of the Dharma Supreme's bloodbath was that the number of martial artists in the world was greatly reduced, especially the number of high-level martial artists. From this, it greatly reduced the number of martial artists who relied on their martial arts to do things without any scruples. From another perspective, it also formed a different meaning of stopping war. Whether it was a merit or a fault, it was up to the individual to decide. Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro led the remaining law enforcement officers to gradually reorganize the world. Then, they would rest for a period of time, quietly waiting for the flames of war to rise again on the continent. By then, it would be time for the knowledgeable people to rise up and lead the masses to establish a new country and a new order. Of course, this process was also full of blood. However, this bloody process was necessary, and even more necessary. Only after the bloodshed would there be empires standing tall. From then on, the days when the big clans dominated the world would never go away. It would return. Instead, it would be replaced by the rule of a dynasty. In the Yi clan's courtyard, they were discussing these important matters of the world in the future. Diwu Qingru, Imo Tianji, and the others were all involved. Chu Yang carried the child and quietly walked out with Ning Tianya. Elder Ning, where will you go from here on out? Chu Yang asked casually. I don't intend to go up anymore. Ning Tianya was rather bleak. He said, back when I went up and was chased down by Lord, this feeling of mine faded away. Besides, I also know that this so-called number 1 expert of mine can't survive in the heavenly imperial court. Otherwise, why would you ask me to come down? Can't someone else do it? Ning Tianya smiled casually. In life, there are some things and some experiences that you once had. It's enough. There's no need to force it. It's useless to force it. Chu Yang nodded in understanding. This elder had tens of thousands of years of experience and had long seen through the ways of the world. His mind was naturally deep, and he was not stagnant in worldly affairs. There's just one thing. My disciple Qingwu, you must treat her better in the future. Ning Tianya smiled bitterly and said, when Tai Yang becomes the king, I shall be a state teacher in Iron Cloud of the lower 3 heavens. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. State teacher? Ning Tianya? No matter what, he couldn't believe that such an impossible thing would happen. Ning Tianya's nature was like that of a wild crane. But he actually wanted to be a state teacher. Chu Yang wouldn't be as surprised as he was at this moment, even if a super unconventional person like Tan Tan suddenly became the Dharma Supreme. Ning Tianya smiled bitterly and said, do you think I'm willing? This official position is given to me by that baby of yours. Moreover, the reason why I don't go up is that I want to coldly look at the way of reincarnation in the lower 3 heavens. There's a path in the heavenly imperial court. There may not be no path in the human world. There may not be only one path for a cultivator to move forward. Chu Yang slowly digested Ning Tianya's last sentence. He suddenly felt that he had benefited immensely. There may not be no path in the human world. There may not be only one path for a cultivator to move forward. Little, what do you want to discuss with me? Chu Yang turned his hand and patted the little buttocks of his son who was riding on his neck. He only felt that the buttocks were tender and nice to the touch. So, he couldn't help but pat them again. I came here to ask you, Father. I heard that your cultivation has reached the standard of the void-breaking realm, and you're about to leave this world. If you leave, what will happen to my mother? The little guy was riding on Chu Yang's neck. His tender little legs were swinging in front of Chu Yang's chest. However, the words that came out of his mouth were like that of an adult. The moment he heard this, Chu Yang's head started to hurt. I've discussed this matter with your mother. I also have a secret method that can help your mother quickly improve her cultivation and follow me. However, you still need a long time to grow up. Your mother is shouldering the fate of Iron Cloud Nation and the heavy responsibility of the people. She can't bear to leave you, little bastard. She's unwilling to leave. Chu Yang knew that his son was mischievous and had his own opinions. Moreover, his opinions were unique and not inferior to that of an adult. Therefore, he didn't really treat this little guy as an insensible child. Thinking of Tai Butian's determination, Chu Yang really had a headache. In Chu Yang's opinion, his woman should follow him without hesitation. What was the point of living in two different places, separated by heaven and earth? However, Tai Butian's choice was indeed to stay without hesitation. The reality was actually so cruel and melodramatic and super speechless to the point of driving one crazy. I have an idea, but I need your cooperation. The little guy chuckled and leaned close to Chu Yang's ear. Wonderful. Chu Yang was beaming with joy. He turned around and saw Ning Tianya. Rolling his eyes, he said to Ning Tianya, Elder Ning, I may have to trouble you to make this trip. Ning Tianya said warily, What for? You're not up to something again, are you? Elder Ning, you don't have to be so guarded against me, right? I just want to ask you to go to the lower three heavens and bring this little one's mother up. Firstly, let her know where her son is and be at ease. Secondly, let her acknowledge her ancestors. Thirdly, we have to discuss future matters again, said Chu Yang. Chu Yang knew very well that he couldn't go. If he went, there would be no real meaning in staying in the lower three heavens. Tai Butian might still be reluctant to come to the upper three heavens. It would be best to let Ning Tianya bring her up directly and settle everything here. With her son here, with Tai Butian's love for her child, there was no way she wouldn't come. Yes, her son is that little girl's lifeline, Ning Tianya said cheerfully. I see. There's no time to lose. I'll leave right away. Your family should indeed be reunited for a few days. In that case, I'll have to trouble you, Elder Ning. Watching Ning Tianya disappear at an extremely fast speed like a stream of light, Chu Yang also felt relieved. The rest would be everyone's business. With the little guy's reminder, Chu Yang thought of another matter. Once he and the others left, what would happen to everyone's families? Gu Duxing's sister Xiaomiao, Jimo's Huyan Albua, Xie Danqiong's wife, Ao Shayun's concubines? Their brothers' families? What should they do about these? Chapter 1702. Abandon all of them? That was obviously impossible. Furthermore, no one would be willing to do that. If someone said that, Chu Yang would probably beat that person to death. Sai, let's discuss this with everyone. Chu Yang frowned. Chu Yang frowned. He felt a headache coming on. When you reach this level, you won't think so much. But now, it's something you have to consider. Novel chapters are the fastest to update. What should we do? Once we go up, I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to come back down. Otherwise, why hasn't anyone come down for so many years? Mo Tianji said, So, we have to bring them along. But the problem is how to bring them up. They are obviously not strong enough. The difference is too big. Besides, once you get up there, you'll have to start from the very beginning. The road ahead will be filled with thorns, and every step will be filled with danger. Life and death will be more difficult than the heavens. They don't even have the ability to protect themselves. It was late at night. The group of brothers gathered together to discuss this matter. All of them racked their brains, but were unable to come up with a solution. Strength was a shortcoming. It was a problem that couldn't be solved. At this moment, everyone was envious of Dong Wushang. It seemed like this guy had it the easiest. That's why people say that simple people have good fortune. Mo Lei Er's YJ had also reached the limit and even exceeded it. The two of them could fly up together without any worries. Dong Wushang frowned and thought hard. The more honest a person was, the less they would think. At the very least, he wasn't happy for ZJ at all. He was also relieved. Instead, he was feeling guilty. ZJ went up peacefully, but the brothers couldn't do it. ZJ was too much of a jerk. But what should they do? Dong Wushang's face turned black. Everyone sighed and sighed. They were all at their wits' end. Everyone looked at Mo Tianji. Mo Tianji finally panicked. Why are you all looking at me? Do you think I have a way to make them break through the void in one night? Do you really think I'm a god? Even gods don't have such great abilities. If there is no difficulty, we must do it. If there is a difficulty, we must do it. Even if there's no other way, we have to think of a way. GMO, Xiadanxiong, and Ao Xiayun didn't give up. We'll be separated by life and death this time. At the very least, we won't be able to see each other for a few decades. When we come back, it'll be really terrible. Perhaps in the end, a beautiful woman's hair will turn white, the sea will change into mulberry fields, or even death. How about none of us go up? Tan Tan tugged at ZJ's hair. You can be a king here, and you even have a beautiful woman to accompany you. Life is beautiful. That's all there is to it. The idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. We still need someone to come and pick us up. He reckoned that YJNG was being lenient. I think someone must be manipulating this to let us prepare for this. Also, the Sky Demon's descent should be a training for us. Otherwise, we will not be able to survive this ordeal. Otherwise, with the cultivation of the Dharma Supreme, he shouldn't have stayed here. Besides, the Chongtian continent has always been different from other planes. In other planes, as long as one reaches the level of Supreme Master, one can break through the void. But here, one needs to reach the peak of Supreme Master before one can ascend. Now, after we leave, perhaps this restriction will be the same as the other planes. Chu Yang frowned as he analyzed. The more he analyzed, the more his head hurt. This is all a fucking matter. God, you're not playing with us, are you? Everyone sighed together. Actually, I have a way that isn't really a way. In the tribulation space, the sword spirit said weakly, it's just that. Even if we really go up, there will be a certain amount of risk. Why don't we not talk about it? Chu Yang was shocked. What kind of method is this? Tell me. You still have one, right? Tell me quickly. The sword spirit said, I remember telling you that although our tribulation space can grow heavenly treasures, it can't store living things. But now that you've obtained the 8th fragment of the tribulation sword, you can store a few living people in it. Also, with the current tribulation space, even if you store a few hundred people, you can still fit them in. But in this way, there are a few concerns that must be solved beforehand. First, they are not strong enough. The Heaven's Imperial Court is the realm of the strong, and its pressure is far greater than that of ordinary planes. The gravity is even stronger. Even the most ordinary plane is several times stronger than that of the Heaven's continent. Their bodies may not be able to bear it. Chu Yang said without hesitation, That's good, Renji. Although we don't have enough resources to make them break through the void like us, it's still a problem for us to slowly raise them to first-grade supreme martial artist. You can continue with your other concerns. The second concern is that after you go up, you may not be able to gather together. The chances of you splitting up are more than 50%. And these people are all with you, so you need to take care of them. You have to be careful. You don't have any foundation in the Heaven's Imperial Court. You won't even have the most basic place to stay. The sword spirit said, Master won't help you with this. Chu Yang pondered for a while and said, This isn't a big problem. The first thing to do after we go up is to solve this problem. At most, if we don't solve it, everyone will still have to wait in the tribulation space for a while. That's fine. It's better than going out and losing our lives. There's a third concern, and it's also the biggest one. After you go up, you'll face countless hardships. There's a great chance that you'll be in danger at every step. You won't have the energy to take care of them. The sword spirit smiled bitterly. Chu Yang sighed. This was really a big problem. There was nothing wrong with it. It was his duty to take care of his brothers' families. But he was afraid that if he didn't take care of them well, and someone got hurt, what should he do? In such an unknown world, China's strength was at the bottom of the food chain. How could everything go according to plan? That was the Heaven's Imperial Court, where one could kill a person every 10 steps. Danger was everywhere. It wasn't like the peace and prosperity of the lower 3 heavens. Chu Yang finally couldn't help but sigh. The brothers turned to look at him. Chu Yang pondered and said, I do have a way to bring all of them up. But, as he spoke, he told them about the 3 concerns that the sword spirit had considered. When everyone heard it, they couldn't make up their minds. If they couldn't solve these 3 concerns, they might as well not bring them up. Even if they were separated for a while, it was still better than losing their lives. If we can raise them to first-grade supreme martial artists, they'll be able to survive in the Heaven's Imperial Court. If they keep a low profile, there shouldn't be any problems. Tianji pondered and said, the men should keep a low profile, and the women should cover up their appearances. This way, they shouldn't attract any trouble. And with boss taking care of them, even if we're separated, we'll be at ease. I have some concerns about this, Gu Duxing said. That's right, this is fine. Everyone nodded and agreed. It's just that boss will have to work a little too hard. What's a little hard? I'm just worried that if I don't take good care of them, I won't be able to face my brothers in the future. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. Tianji, the other concern you mentioned just now is a little hard? The other concern is more or less vulgar, but it's also a problem that we have to face. Tianji smiled faintly and said, after we go up, it's certain that we'll go our separate ways. I don't know when we'll be together again. So, this period of time will be very long. So long that ordinary women can't afford to wait. Gu Duxing and the others fell silent again. Yes, age is easy, and youth flows like water. A woman's youthful appearance would only last for a few years at most. How could they let their beauties wait for nothing? After decades, their brothers would still be as handsome as before, but their beauties would have wrinkled skin and white hair. If that was the case, how could they endure it? Whether it was the brothers or each other's beauties, none of them would be able to accept it. If that was really the case, everyone would rather die than live. Chu Yang smiled and said, this isn't a big problem. I can refine elixirs that can preserve one's youthful appearance so that everyone's beauties will not age. Of course, this elixir also requires everyone's cultivation. If your cultivation can't be raised, you can only maintain your youthful appearance for a few decades. That's all. A few decades is more or less enough. Tianji made a prompt decision. Then, it's decided. The brothers nodded. Their faces were heavy as they pondered. This meant that after they rushed up to the Heaven Imperial Court, everyone only had a few decades to develop. In these few decades, even if they couldn't rush to the peak, they would at least have a place. Otherwise, their previous concerns would still be a problem that couldn't be solved. With the talents of us brothers, within 3 to 5 years, we can reach the peak of the Heaven Imperial Court. Can't we establish a firm foothold in the Heaven Imperial Court in a few decades? Tianji said decisively. After this matter is over, we will immediately go home. As for the people who are willing to come with us, bring them here. As for the others, let the boss worry about it. Who asked him to be our boss? Tianji gave everyone more time to think. For this kind of matter, the more they thought about it, the more they had doubts. It was better to cut the Gordian knot and make a decision. Otherwise, even if they discussed for another year, the result would be the same today. There wouldn't be a better solution. What everyone lacks the most now is Shjan. After everyone goes back, the main thing to ask about is our families. Tianji's eyes revealed a bitter expression. The brothers also sighed in unison. Everyone was sighing. Everyone was well aware of it. But no one said it out loud. Yes, this time, Qingwu will come home with me to bid farewell to her parents. Tianji said to Chu Yang. Okay, I'll go. Chu Yang nodded silently. Everyone was also silent. Tianji's bid farewell to her parents was tantamount to explaining everything. Chapter 1703. Children and grandchildren had their own paths. Their parents couldn't possibly accompany them for a generation, and the elders would definitely not agree to drag them down with them. But this time, the future was unknown again. They could only wait until everyone had a firm foothold and reached a certain level of cultivation before they could bring their families up. But when would that be? A few years later? A few decades later? A few hundred years later? Chu Yang said, I think, since the matter of the extraterrestrial demons this time is controlled by the higher-ups, we will definitely have a certain amount of time to prepare. But this period of time won't be too long. Let's move quickly. All right. The next morning, the Tribulation Brothers swept out of the upper 3 heavens like whirlwinds. They went their separate ways, rushing toward their respective homes in the 3 heavens. Tan also immediately led a group of experts from the 3 Stars Divine clan back to the northwest to settle all matters in the clan. Diwu Qingru, Fengyu, Han Xiaoran, and the rest were even busier. They wished they could grow more heads and limbs. The entire continent had descended into chaos. How could it be easy to clean it up? Diwu Qingru actually had a few strands of white hair in just these 2 days. Wu Jueqing had nothing to worry about. He decided to stay at the place where the Dharma Supreme had died for a few more days. Even though they were once enemies, even though they were once like fire and water, Wu Jueqing still brought wine and paid his respects to this former tribulation from afar. This was a formidable person who had overturned the world and cleansed the entire continent. Chu Yang brought his son and sister and prepared to return to the Chu clan in the southeast. Everyone agreed that once they sensed that the world was about to shatter, they would immediately rush back to the law enforcement city to meet. Everyone would shatter the void together and step into the heavenly imperial court. Just as Chu Yang was about to leave, he received an unexpected surprise. Yi Shiyu was back. Yi Shiyu's return was of course no surprise. But the resurrection grass he brought back was the only good medicine to treat Yi Chuchen. When Yi Shiyu came back and learned that the Yi clan was gone, he fainted on the spot. After that, he cried bitterly. He entrusted the resurrection grass to Chu Yang to bring back, while Yi Shiyu himself stayed at the Yi clan residence to keep watch. Chu Yang couldn't bear to look at the endless desolation of guarding graves all over the place. After bidding farewell to Yi Shiyu, Fengyu, and the rest, Chu Yang left a message. He told Ning Tianya to bring Tai Butian straight back to the southeast when he returned. Then, with Chu Lu in his arms, he traveled through the night to the southeast. Southeast, my home. I'm back. Never before. Chu Yang was so anxious to return home. Right after Chu Yang and the others left the Yi clan, late at night, somewhere in the ruins of the Yi clan, suddenly, the earth shook. Slowly, the ground rose. If an ordinary person were to see such a situation, they might be scared out of their wits. Puff, a light sound was heard. A human head popped out of the ground, covered in mud from head to toe. Looking around, she saw that the Yi clan was desolate and bleak. She couldn't help but choke with sobs. The mysterious man tried his best to control himself. Forcing himself not to make any noise, he stealthily pulled himself out of the ground and tidied up his face. The faint moonlight shone on his face, but his features were distinct. Yi Zue. It turned out to be the eldest young master of the Yi family. Other than Yi Shiyu, the Yi clan actually had other descendants left behind. After Yi Zue successfully broke free from the temptation of the extraterrestrial demon with his own willpower, Yi Qianxian knew that this great-great-grandson of his would definitely achieve great things in the future. He couldn't bear to see him die in vain during this extermination of the clan. They were buried together and executed the secret technique. With a single palm strike, he sealed all of his life force and buried him underground. Several days had already passed since the end of the battle. The power of the secret technique gradually dissipated, and Yi Zue also slowly regained his consciousness. He broke out of the ground and saw the light of day again. At this moment, Yi Zue was wandering around the Yi clan courtyard like a ghost. Everywhere he passed, as far as his eyes could see, there was only desolation and desolation. There was no sign of life at all. His eyes grew dimmer and dimmer, finally returning to a dead silence. Finally, in the west, a faint light flickered. Yi Zue quietly went over. That was where Yi Zue's last hope lay, under the night wind and the moonlight. A stretch of graves connected together. There were so many soul-summoning banners that it was as boundless as a wide ocean. A lone light as small as a bean. A figure knelt under the light like a clay sculpture. Yi Shiyu. Yi Zue suddenly discovered that a member of the Yi clan was his own younger brother. The emotions that he had accumulated for a long time could no longer be suppressed. They suddenly erupted, and he rushed out in a frenzy, grabbing Yi Shiyu by the collar. What's going on? What's going on? What exactly is going on? What happened? Why did the Yi clan become like this? Tell me quickly. Tell me. Yi Shiyu's body swayed in his hands, as if he had lost all vitality. His face was ashen, and his eyes were bleak and lifeless. After a long time, as if he finally recognized who Yi Zue was, he suddenly burst into tears. Big brother, we're finished. The Yi clan is finished. It's all over. What exactly is going on? Yizue gritted his teeth. Tell me. Tell me quickly. After a long time, the two brothers sat across from each other. The dim light from the lantern illuminated their faces, flickering on and off. The two originally handsome faces were actually so ferocious and terrifying. Dharma Supreme, extraterrestrial demon, extraterrestrial demon. Yizue bit his lip hard. Streaks of red blood flowed down. He clenched his fists tightly and suddenly roared into the sky. In this lifetime, I swear that I will exterminate the extraterrestrial demon and take revenge for this blood feud. If I violate this oath, may the heavens punish me and I will be worse than a dog or a pig. A bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Then, heavy rain poured down. Yizue fell to his knees with a thud, sobbing silently. His mouth was almost gnawing into the soil. His tears flowed silently along with his blood. The next morning, the Yi clan's mansion was suddenly empty. Not only Yizue, even Yi Shiyu was nowhere to be found. It was a complete desolation. Only incense and candles were placed neatly on the ground. Within a radius of several hundred miles, the smell of wine was everywhere. The morning breeze blew, and the spirit-summoning banners rustled. It was such a huge graveyard. There was actually no one guarding the tomb. That endless desolation and devastation made the hearts of everyone who saw this scene feel heavy. From then on, no one saw Yizue in this heavenly continent anymore. No one saw Yi Shiyu again. The siblings, Chu Yang and Chu Luer, were eager to return home. They ran at a speed that was almost beyond their limits. In a short time, they had already stepped into the southeast border. This was the first time the eldest young master of the Chu clan, Taiyang, had returned home. The commotion he caused was unprecedented in the Chu clan. Even when his father, Chu Yang, returned home previously, it wasn't as eye-catching as him. Chu Luer rushed into Flat Mountain Ridge, shouting and yelling. Before they reached home, Yang Rulin and Chu Failing had already jogged out to welcome them. They carried a certain baby from Chu Yang's neck and called him darling nonstop. Chu Xiongqing and Old Master Chu also came out trembling in bliss. Old Master Yang Bao and his wife also rushed out. They almost fought with Old Master Chu on the spot to see who could carry him longer. In the end, Old Mistress Yang won. Old Master Chu Xiongqing had no wife to support him, so he had no choice but to temporarily be at a disadvantage. He went up to tease his great-grandson but was pushed aside by Old Master Yang. "You old man, go to one side. You came so close. Are you trying to take advantage of my wife? Do you think you'll die of old age?" Old Master Chu was speechless. "With your wife's character, I don't even care if she comes to me. Am I going over because of your wife? I'm doing it for my great-grandson, okay? He's obviously my great-grandson, okay? He's a member of the Chu clan. You're holding my great-grandson hostage. Do you know how to be a guest? The two of you are obviously trying to steal the limelight from the host. What is this?" In the end, the commotion was really too big. Even Old Master Chu Xiaoxin floated out. When he saw Taiyang, he couldn't help but exclaim. He took a few careful looks and nodded repeatedly. Chu Xiongqing said respectfully, "Elder Master, what do you think of this child's talent?" Chu Xiaoxin gave a rare warm smile and said, "Our Chu clan is really blessed. With these two fathers, our Chu clan will be able to do whatever we want and live as long as the heavens. I can finally rest assured." Ha 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 ha. Laughing heartily, he actually floated in without even looking back. The little fellow was very eloquent and well-behaved. His little mouth was so sweet that it was as if it was smeared with honey. The group of people were all very happy. Naturally, they gave out a lot of gifts. For a moment, the Chu clan's courtyard was filled with cheers and laughter, as if it was the new year. When everyone entered the house, Chu Luer leaned on her mother and refused to leave. Chu Yang went over to Meng Chaoran's side immediately. Meng Chaoran was standing at the door with his hands behind his back, as if he was specially waiting for Chu Yang. When he saw Chu Yang coming over, he smiled slightly and his expression was as calm as usual. Before Chu Yang spoke, Meng Chaoran had already asked, "Are you really leaving this time?" His expression was still as calm as ever. It was as if he didn't care if his disciple left. He didn't seem to be reluctant at all. However, Chu Yang clearly knew that his master's heart was definitely not as indifferent as it was now. Yes. Chu Yang's throat was a little dry. He spat out this word with some difficulty. Well, it's good that you're going up. The world up there is wider. Meng Chaoran encouraged. That's where you brothers can really show your skills. After a pause, he asked, Where's Tan Tan? Where is he now? Why didn't he come with you? Chu Yang said, Tan Tan is now the head of a clan. He has no choice but to do things. This time, the catastrophe is over and his ascension is imminent. He has to go back to the 3 Stars Divine Clan to sort out the follow-up matters. He'll come here as soon as everything is settled and reunite with us. I estimate that it'll be in 2 or 3 days. All right, he'll also bring his wife over for you to take a look. Meng Chaoran's calm expression froze at this point. You're saying that he'll bring his wife over for me to take a look? Is it that Monsieur? Meng Chaoran had always been indifferent in this world. Only 2 people could make him lose his self-control. One of them was his good disciple, Tan Tan. The other one wasn't his other disciple, King of Hell Chu. Instead, it was a girl named Xie Danfeng. I'm extremely depressed. Another keyboard is broken. I went through a lot of trouble to buy a new one and replace it. Then, after buying the new keyboard, my wife asked the guy who gave me the keyboard if he wanted to recycle the old one. I have more than 10 at home. Then, after looking at those keyboards, that guy said something that almost made me faint. He said, these keyboards can still be used. It's normal that some of the keyboards can't be used. It's just that you put things inside. For example, fruit juice, Red Bull coffee, etc. The simplest way is to put them under the sun. These keyboards have been there for a long time. They can be used now. Then, I tried them one by one. They can still be used. My God, I suddenly have 13 keyboards. 13. Fuck. Chapter 1704. Chu Yang smiled and said, It's that Miss Xie Danfeng. The 2 of them are usually inseparable. They wouldn't have separated if it weren't for the extraterrestrial demon war. Well, she'll be able to serve and be filial to you in a few days. Meng Chaoran's mind was full of thoughts. He recalled the day when he, Tan Tan, and Miss Xie Danfeng first met. He couldn't help but smile. Then, he smiled faintly and said, You 2 brothers have female confidants as your companions. You won't be lonely on the road ahead. Then, he actually shuddered. The 2 people who gave him the most headaches had become husband and wife. Moreover, they had to serve and be filial to him. Just thinking about it made his hair stand on end. Meng Chaoran twirled his beard and thought, How many days can I be filial to them? Will they be filial to me? They can't kill me, but they can anger me to death. Chu Yang smiled apologetically and said, Master, what are you talking about? How can you be old? Who dares to call you old? That person must be blind. Meng Chaoran maintained his faint smile and gently shook his head. He looked into the void with his hazy eyes. He was somewhat self-deprecating and somewhat proud. He said softly, Back then, for 2 consecutive years, I picked up a baby in the Snow-Wind Ancient Temple in the first year. In the second year, I picked up another baby under the cliff. Now, the 2 babies have grown up. Ha ha ha. Meng Chaoran's eyes were misty as he said, Half of my life's efforts have been poured into these 2 babies. However, even if my head was chopped off, I would never have thought that these 2 babies I picked up. One of them has become the Calamity Sword Master whose name has shaken the world, and the other one has become the first Devil King of the 3 Stars Divine Clan. The babies that others have cultivated are at most human supremes, but the babies that I have cultivated are Sword Devils. Sword King, Demon King. Meng Chaoran lowered his head and looked at Chu Yang. Yang, do you know how proud I am in this generation? Who in this world is luckier than me? Who wouldn't be envious of me? Chu Yang also smiled warmly and said, Yes, yes. Even if others wanted such a disciple, they wouldn't be able to find one. Even if one were to break their heads, they still wouldn't be able to find one. However, Master casually picked one up. Picking one every year is a small matter. I reckon that you must have been lazy back then. Otherwise, I would have picked up dozens of legends, miracles and miracles over the years. Meng Qiaoran laughed heartily. He was no longer indifferent. With the two of you as my disciples, what more can I ask for in this life? Meng Qiaoran chuckled. Tonight, I will definitely get drunk with Han Wu to celebrate this matter. Chu Yang's heart ached. He hurriedly changed the topic and said, I'm here this time. He had another piece of good news to tell his master. I've already obtained the resurrection grass that mistress needs. Meng Qiaoran's eyes lit up. Really? A trace of redness suddenly appeared on his fair face. Chu Yang couldn't help but be stunned. This was the first time in so many years. This was the first time he had seen his master so excited. From this, it could be seen how important Yi Chuchen's position in master's heart was. Speaking of which, this matter wasn't done by me. It was mistress's nephew, Yi Shiyu, who spent an entire year outside searching for this elixir. It could be said that he went through a lot of trouble. He finally found it. However, the Yi clan had undergone great changes during this catastrophe. Yi Shiyu stayed at home to guard the tomb and couldn't personally deliver it to mistress. Thus, he entrusted it to me. Of course, Chu Yang didn't know that when he said this, Yi Shiyu had already disappeared without a trace. I see. The heavens have blessed us. There was joy on Meng Qiaoran's face. Then, he heaved a long sigh. If Chu Chen can wake up and find out that the Yi clan no longer exists and that Han Wu has already passed away, I really don't know how sad she will be. But if mistress never wakes up, how sad will that be? Chu Yang said, especially now that we have the ability to wake her up but haven't done so. What will mistress do then? Meng Qiaoran's expression was melancholic for a long time. He said, what you say makes sense. One should always look forward. Chu Yang and Meng Qiaoran walked into Meng Qiaoran's room in silence. In the room, there was a quiet little table. 2 wine cups and a pot of good wine seemed to be quietly saying something. Chu Yang could only sigh deeply in his heart. What was a brother? Or maybe everyone had a different answer. But this was the case for Meng Qiaoran. Regardless of the 3 sentences of heaven and earth, regardless of life and death, a cup of wine. A cup of wine, whether in the mortal world or the netherworld, whether in the mortal world or separated by yin and yang brother, I'll drink with you. He would drink until he died. Then, we'll meet in the netherworld and continue to drink. Whether in person or in soul, this love will never become a memory. Even if we leave the netherworld, we'll never forget it and it'll stay in our hearts forever. After a long, long time, Chu Yang walked out of Meng Qiaoran's small courtyard. He looked back and saw a lonely light. Someone was crying softly and someone was comforting him gently. They were Yi Chuchen and Meng Qiaoran. Those two had already formed a world of their own. Chu Yang sighed deeply. Where will I go? If I go, I'll settle down in the Chu clan in this life. This is my disciples' home, and it's also my home. Occasionally, I might go out with Chu Chen to look at the mountains and rivers and the scenery of the continent. Occasionally, I'll go to the capital, or we'll go to the Ling clan. But sooner or later, I'll have to come back. This is my home, a home that I acknowledge. I won't go to the heavenly imperial court. In fact, I've never had such thoughts. I just want to spend the rest of my life peacefully with Chu Chen. I don't want anything else. You and Tan Tan, go and explore your world with peace of mind. I only hope that the two of you can remember this detached attitude of yours. As my brother, it's enough. This was what Meng Qiaoran said when the master and disciple were talking just now. When Chu Yang took out the heavy pills and Shui Leihan's immortal wine to give to Meng Qiaoran rejected them. I'm not being pretentious, and I'm not keeping anything for you. I really don't need it. I really don't need it. What's the use of increasing my cultivation now? I understand your intentions, and I know that you're filial. So if I need it, I won't reject it, because it's only right for you to be filial to me. But I really don't need it now. I just want to live the rest of my life peacefully. When it's time to live, I'll live happily and naturally. When it's time to die, I'll die. But I'm not willing to extend my lifespan through external means. Just let me and your master's wife live the rest of our lives peacefully and naturally. When I was alive, I didn't have a grand life. I only hope that when I die, I can also die quietly. A person's life is like the yellow of a tree. Even if it's the kind that doesn't fall in spring and autumn, it will also fall naturally at a certain time. I've always thought that it's a very, very beautiful realm, so don't ruin it for me. I want to drink with Han Wu at his wedding. If you have the heart, please instruct your family to prepare more good wine for me. That's enough. Even if I don't care about life and death, the pride in my heart is earth-shattering because I have two younger brothers like this. Every time Chu Yang thought about Meng Chaoran's carefree and unrestrained manner, he felt that he was far inferior to him. His master was such a person. Once he made up his mind, he wouldn't change it no matter what. He wouldn't even hesitate a little. Not to mention others, even his closest disciple, Chu Yang, really couldn't do anything about his master's temper. Chu Yang could only wish his master well in the future. At night, little Tai Yang was already asleep. Even if he was a child prodigy, even if he was different from ordinary children, he still needed to sleep. In the study, Chu Yang sat opposite his parents. Unexpectedly, Yang Rulin and Chu Failing's expressions were unusually calm. They even knew that Chu Yang was about to face the collapse of the sky and the shattering of the void, and that it was very likely that they wouldn't see each other again in the future, but they were still so calm. Regarding this, Chu Yang was very surprised. This didn't seem to make sense. It also didn't match the personalities of this old couple, did it? When a baby eagle grows up, it has to leave the nest. Yang Rulin smiled gently. Her eyes were like water as she looked at her son. The most regretful thing in my life is that I didn't get to see you grow up from a baby crying piteously to an adult and become the man you are today. Although it's due to various reasons, it's still a dereliction of duty as a parent. Chu Failing sighed and tried to ease the topic. Since ancient times, loving mothers tend to spoil their children. If Yang Yang had grown up under our care, she wouldn't have experienced so many things. But she might not have become the Calamity Swordmaster now. This sentence was indeed reasonable, but for Yang Rulin, it was unforgivable. She glared at him and said, "Well said, too well said. Because of this, you'll also lose a brother who's in love with you. Is this what you mean?" Chu Failing's face instantly turned red. He stared at his wife with grief and indignation, saying, You clearly promised not to mention this matter again. You. Yang Rulin squinted and said, "I did promise, I admit. But now I'm not keeping my promise. What can you do? What can I do? What can I do? What can I do?" Chu Failing was completely stunned. To reason with a woman, especially when this woman was his wife. What kind of brainless man would do such a thing? Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. The atmosphere in the room immediately relaxed. "Little one, don't worry and do your own things. Go on your own path." Chu Failing coughed. "As for us, you don't have to worry. In today's heavenly layer, your father and mother can be regarded as first-class experts. There's not much room for improvement in the future, but we won't be bullied by others. Living a peaceful life is also a kind of happiness." Chapter 1705. Chu Yang nodded and admitted that what he said made sense. "What do you mean by living a peaceful life?" "I'm waiting for the day when you show off your might in the heavenly imperial court and bring your parents up there to enjoy life." Yang Ruolan looked at her son gently and said, "But for now, your father and I won't follow you up there. Firstly, we're not strong enough. Secondly, we're old now and don't have so much energy. It's good to live a peaceful life." Chu Yang sighed. "Also, this little guy can't follow you up there. I want to watch him grow up. To make up for my regret of not being able to watch his father grow up." Yang Ruolan looked at her grandson tenderly. Chu Yang was speechless. "Besides, it's useless for you to stay by my side if you don't go up there now. You're far inferior to my son Cutie. I think even you back then were not as good as my son Cutie." Yang Ruolan's words hit Chu Yang so hard that he rolled his eyes. She forgot about her son when she had a grandson. "Oh yes, leave me more of your life, prolonging things. If I don't go up there, I won't be able to go up there. But it's good to live a few hundred more years. Maybe I can wait until you show off your might and return to the heavenly imperial court. How can my son be ordinary?" Chu Yang smiled mischievously and said, "There's no need to doubt this point. As long as my strength reaches a certain level, I can sneak down and stay for a few days. After I establish my kingdom, I'll bring my parents up there to play. If I feel that it's good up there, I'll stay there. If I miss home, I'll come home. That day won't be too far away." Young Ruolan's eyes lit up and said, "Then you have to work hard. I'm counting on you. Your father, and I just have to live carefully. My son is so promising. It's meaningless for us to wander in the martial world. We can only work hard to avoid any risks and try to live as long as possible. I want to see your glory one after another." Chu Yang nodded solemnly. Yang Ruolan's words expressed the thoughts of all parents in the world. When they were young, they had to fight and fight. It was just for the glory and splendor of their lives and to leave something for their grandchildren. But when they were old and their children and grandchildren were very capable, they had to suppress their ambitions. It was just to let their children wander outside, feel at ease. They could achieve great things with peace of mind. This was the greatest and best support for their children. Night fell. Chu Yang had already returned to his room to sleep. Yang Ruolan was hugging her grandson. She looked at the little fellow's pink face as he slept soundly. Tonight, she was destined to have a sleepless night. The lights were already out. Throughout the night, she could only hear Chu failing, tossing and turning restlessly beside her, while Yang Ruolan forcefully suppressed a long sigh. "I am about to go on a long journey." This journey was fraught with thorns at every step. As parents, how could they be so safe and unconcerned? When a son travels thousands of miles, his mother worries for him. But one day, Chu Yang left. However, it wasn't just 1,000 li, 10,000 li was the barrier between two different worlds. After parting this time, he might not be able to see Jiaer again. However, the shattering of the void this time was something that could not be reversed at all. Even if Chu Yang changed his mind and gave up on ascending, it was absolutely impossible for him to stay. Since things were already destined to be irreversible, the only thing the parents could do was to let their son leave in peace. "Don't worry. Don't have any worries. The road ahead is boundless, and any worries can make you confused. I only hope that my child will be safe and sound." Chu'Lu's small courtyard was filled with the same atmosphere. Chu'Lu was just like how she usually was at home. She snuggled up to her mother like a kitten, breathing in her mother's scent. She quietly spent this last period of time. The next morning, the Chu clan was already bustling with noise and excitement. Chu Yang and the sword spirit also didn't sleep that night. They were preparing to leave the heavy pills and many other treasures for their family. When they opened the door, they were full of smiles as they joined in the laughter. When reuniting, cherish it. When parting, don't be sad. Above the heavenly imperial court, reception palace. Although it was called the reception palace, it was actually just a reception area. The rooms were just slightly more luxurious. Strange. It's too strange. Why are there so many? 3 to 5 golden-robed men carefully felt the fluctuations of heaven and earth. Their faces were full of shock. Looking at the several light spots that appeared on the transparent purple crystal mirror in front of them, they couldn't help but scratch their heads in puzzlement. This was too abnormal. In the past, there would be at most 1 or 2 people breaking through the void and coming up here. But this time, why are there so many of them this time? That's right, the number of people isn't the most strange thing. What's really strange is the cultivation of these people. They're definitely much stronger than before. I'm afraid they're already close to Earth level. What's going on? Yes, Earth level isn't that weak, but they're definitely at the human level. I've never encountered such a situation before. Look at the appearance of this continent. It's very similar to the one that third brother is in charge of. Is that so? Let me see. Yes, it's indeed here. I heard that third brother went down to maintain order in the realm last time and caught people who exceeded their realm and affected the balance. Even the purple cloud ribbon robe had one of his hands chopped off. I wonder if it's true? The person who spoke was obviously gloating. How could it be false? Haha, I heard that when third brother came back and reported this matter, he was scolded by Steward Liang. Then, Steward Liang was beaten up by General Wu. I heard that he was bedridden for half a year. But the most unlucky one is still General Wu. When General Wu wanted to go down and find a chance to restore the purple cloud ribbon robe, he was directly grounded by General Liu. I heard that the crime was actually kicking his own dog. This is really strange. That's right, General Wu hasn't been released yet. And the matter of the purple cloud ribbon robe being damaged was left unsettled. In the end, the one who suffered the least loss was Third Brother. But after hearing about this, Third Brother didn't even dare to fart. He was so scared that his face turned green. Ha ha ha, but there must be something fishy about this. Otherwise, so many people wouldn't be so unlucky because of what happened back then. Nonsense. If there's nothing fishy, I'm your son. Didn't you see that after that incident, we've been idle all this time? We don't even need to restore the balance in the lower realm. But this time, the task of breaking through the void. What should we do? What else can we do? There's no order from above for us to take action. Do you dare to take action? Cough. It's Son who dares to take action. Of course, we can't take action without permission. Let's report it, and let the superiors deal with it. Are you stupid? Even if you want to die, don't drag us down with you. It's our responsibility to report it. If you ask me, who should be responsible for it? Since Third Brother is in charge of that area, it's naturally better for him to report it himself. We don't want to get into trouble and come back. General Wu kicked his own dog and was grounded for several months. If we, little people, let out a fart at such a critical moment, won't our entire family be executed? It must have something to do with the guy who broke through the void this time. There's no doubt about that. Damn it, when those guys come up, I'd like to see what kind of outstanding people they are. They're torturing us, right? Where's Third Brother? Damn it, tell him to report it. After Third Brother heard about this, he was so scared that he went to the toilet. He hasn't come out yet. Ha ha ha. He likes to go to the toilet when he's nervous. He even fell sick. After a long time, a voice suddenly rang out, "Envoy, receive the decree." Suddenly, the few people in the room were dumbfounded. They were so shocked that they almost fainted. All of them stared at each other, unable to believe their ears. Receive the decree. What decree? Nonsense. This was the Eastern Royal Heaven. Other than the Eastern Royal Token, what else could be called a decree? But the problem was that the few of them seemed to be just insignificant guides. Many years before this, not to mention personally receiving the Eastern Emperor's decree, they had not even seen half a person who was qualified to receive the decree. And now, they were actually receiving the decree directly? Wasn't this really going to scare them to the point of pissing their pants? Earlier, why didn't they accompany Third Brother to the toilet? Now, they wouldn't. At the next moment, the few of them rushed out and knelt on the ground while trembling. The ranks of these brothers were really too low. It seemed that they didn't even know the basic etiquette of receiving a decree. They only knew how to kowtow. Little officials receive the decree. Don't misunderstand. They weren't being arrogant. Instead, they were so scared that their teeth were chattering. The messenger snorted, but didn't blame him. He simply unfolded the Donghuang order and said loudly, "His Majesty the Donghuang order. 3 months later, go to the Chongtian continent to bring the broken ones to Heaven Imperial Court. Based on the number of people, each envoy can only bring one person. All the broken ones will be separated and scattered to the various realms of the Heaven Imperial Court. They can't communicate with each other and can't go against each other." This Donghuang token seemed to be extremely strange. The great Eastern Royal Emperor was actually concerned about people who had just ascended. He even specially made detailed plans and arrangements. Was this old man so free? After the envoy finished his announcement, he left the Eastern Royal token behind and left as if his butt was on fire. Even after the envoy left for a long time, the envoys still hadn't recovered from their shock. What the heck? Did I hear wrongly just now? Me too. How could? The envoys gathered in front of the Eastern Royal token and read it word by word. After reading it, they were even more confused. What the hell was going on? What was going on? His Majesty definitely wouldn't be so free. The only explanation is, these people are very important. The leader of the envoys looked solemn, and there was even fear in his eyes. "Brothers, I'm afraid we've taken on a big job this time. Today is the birthday of the two leaders, Satan Yao and White Tiger God of War birthdays. Chapter 1706. The few envoys looked at each other, and they were so scared that they couldn't move. Moreover, we have never eaten pork or seen a pig run before, but we have heard of pigs. Usually, the officials who pass on the edict are very arrogant. How can they be so swift? Before the edict is passed on, they put up a fight, and after the edict is passed on, they are even more arrogant. This time, this person actually left so quickly. It's as if there's a tiger behind him. No matter how strong we are, it's impossible for him to be so fearful, right? That means His Majesty is waiting for his reply? That's why he left in such a hurry. The moment they thought of this, their faces turned even paler. One of them stammered, "Boss, you're right. I'm afraid we've taken on a big job this time." That's right. These people are clearly broken now, but we're only going to pick them up after 3 months? This is obviously to give them time to say goodbye to their loved ones. When has he ever been so considerate? That's right. In the past, no matter how many people are broken, only one envoy is needed. But this time, so many envoys are needed? Isn't this a bit too much of a waste of resources? Also, why don't we leave all the ascended experts in the Eastern Royal Heaven in our Eastern Royal Heaven? Why do we have to spread them all over the world? This isn't something easy to deal with. If they don't want us to leave them, where will we leave them? Are we going to smuggle them over? Or are we going to be killed as soon as we leave? Such a strange thing. I've never heard of it before. The more they speculated, the more they felt that it didn't make sense. Just as they were discussing, the Eastern Royal Token suddenly emitted a bright yellow light. It slowly shrank in the air and finally turned into a small token, flashing fiercely in the air. A huge token word flashed and shot out a brilliant golden light. In the blink of an eye, it had disappeared. Supreme Eastern Royal Token. The few of them were sweating profusely, and they almost fainted. Oh my God! This was actually the legendary Supreme Eastern Royal Token, the supreme decree of the Eastern Royal Heaven. This kind of decree represented the supreme authority. Every order must be strictly enforced. Secrets must not be leaked. If there is a leak, the entire clan will be executed. Everyone, rest well and prepare to pick up those uncles in 3 months. The golden-robed man, who was obviously the leader, said solemnly, "Don't leak the secret." I wasn't joking just now. The people who came up this time are absolutely. Every single one of them is a master, a living ancestor. Brothers, we must not offend them. You can die if you're not careful. You can lose your life if you're not careful. You must be very careful. It's not easy for us brothers to live this long, is it? Everyone shuddered at the same time. What Boss said made a lot of sense. No matter where these people came from, it was absolutely right to serve them well. Once they respectfully welcomed them and sent them off as if they were serving their masters, there would be nothing left for them to do. Otherwise, there would be no end of trouble. Before everyone could regain their senses, they saw a man in green robes coming from afar. With a schwa sound, he arrived in front of them. "I am the Prime Minister's Residence's Divine Sword Consul. The Prime Minister wants me to ask if someone in the heaven has broken through?" Prime Minister? The few envoys almost fainted. Not only the monarch, even the Prime Minister sent someone over? The Prime Minister was the most powerful person in the entire Eastern Royal Heavens after the monarch. The monarch usually didn't care about worldly affairs, but the Prime Minister was the #1 person in charge of the entire situation. Over the years, millions of people had been killed in the Eastern Royal Heavens. Which one of them wasn't under the orders of the Prime Minister? The Prime Minister wouldn't even bat an eyelid if the few of them were killed. But he actually personally sent someone to ask? And the person he sent was actually one of the legendary 8 consul generals, the Divine Sword Consul? Oh my God. The Prime Minister has ordered that if any one of you leaks this out, you guys will be blessed. If something goes wrong, your ancestors will be blessed. The green-clothed man said a few words in a cold voice and then floated away. A few of the emissaries almost burst into tears. Blessed if it's leaked out? What blessed? This sentence was definitely sarcastic. It could really scare them away. Who can tell us? Who are these people who have broken through the void? Are they the monarch's illegitimate children? Or are they the prime minister's pearls in the sea? This battle formation was simply too frightening. Chu Yang and the others stayed in the heaven continent peacefully, enjoying the rarest and most peaceful time of their lives. On the third day, Ning Tianya finally appeared in the southeast flat mountain ridge with Tai Butian, who was travel-worn. Of course, the Minister of Internal Affairs, Feng Qiliang, accompanied them along the way. Minister Feng's future was in Chu Yang's hands. It could be said that his lifetime of happiness and sexual bliss were all in Minister Chu's hands. Now that Chu Yang was about to break through, Tai Butian also intended to take this opportunity. He wanted Chu Yang to help him. After all, such a top expert couldn't always be a eunuch, right? The moment he saw the gate of the Chu clan, Tai Butian thought about how he was about to meet Chu Yang and his family. He couldn't help but blush. He was so embarrassed that it was hard to describe. Chu Yang's other family members were fine, but Chu Yang's mother, the only Chu clan member he was familiar with, was his senior sister. How was he going to face this? Originally, he was in the lower three heavens. Firstly, it was a long journey. Secondly, he was busy with state affairs. These two reasons were enough to delay the date of meeting indefinitely. It seemed that his former senior sister, now his mother-in-law, might not be very willing to meet him. Was the two of them playing an awkward game? But Tai Yang, that little bastard, had actually snuck in here without anyone noticing. This unexpected turn of events made Tai Butian's teeth itch. This little bastard. Isn't he pushing his mother into the most embarrassing situation? Wouldn't it be embarrassing to death? And Chu Yang, that bastard. If it wasn't for him adding fuel to the fire and giving advice, how would today's events have happened? Tai Butian's face was flushed red. He was conflicted. He was already in front of the gate, but he was so timid that he didn't dare to take a step forward. This matter is definitely that damn Chu Yang's idea. He knows that if he were to go down to the lower three heavens, I would have countless reasons. But it's very likely that I wouldn't come up here. Therefore, he simply brought my son here, leaving me no choice. If the little bastard stayed in the Chu clan, he would have to come. If he didn't come, then it would be him who stayed here for a year, or 2 years, or even forever. Tai Butian believed that Chu Yang, this bastard of a father, would definitely do it. To Tai Butian, this move of taking drastic measures was extremely vicious and ruthless. It was really the most effective method. It was a sure kill, a sure kill. Of course, Tai Butian wouldn't know that the matter this time was basically her own son walking right into the trap and setting up a big trap for her mother to fall into. It really didn't have much to do with Chu Yang. At best, Minister Chu was just pushing the boat along with the current. Yes, actually, it really didn't have much to do with him. With a monstrous son and a heaven-defying husband, even the human emperor of the lower three heavens wouldn't be able to handle it. At this moment, Tai Butian wasn't dressed as a member of the royal family, nor was she dressed as a man. She was dressed in a light yellow dress, fully dressed as a woman. The peerless beauty that she used to hide behind treasures were fully revealed in front of everyone, especially that awe-inspiring bearing that had been cultivated from being in a high position for a long time. Her every move unconsciously brought out endless grace and grandeur, the aura of a sovereign descending upon the world. It made people feel even more afraid to look at her directly. It was just that now. She was like a little wife who had done something wrong. She was in a dilemma, making people feel a little apprehensive. Ning Tianya stood beside Tai Butian with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky. Actually, this old man's heart was more or less amusing. This matter, yes, seemed to be getting more and more interesting. But Chu Yang, this fellow, was really blessed with love. He coughed and said, "Your Majesty, let's not hesitate anymore. Actually, this is how the world works. Even an ugly daughter-in-law will inevitably meet her in-laws." Tai Butian rolled her eyes at him. "What do you mean by even an ugly daughter-in-law will inevitably meet her in-laws? Am I an ugly daughter-in-law? If I'm an ugly daughter-in-law, you should find me a pretty one." This old man only knew how to make plans for his precious disciple. Feng Chiliang stood behind Tai Butian, standing with his hands solemnly. Go forward and report. Tai Butian's face was as red as a burning cloud. Report? Feng Chiliang scratched his head full of questions. Your Majesty, how should I report? With this question, Tai Butian was also stunned. Yes, how should she report? In what capacity should she report? Could she say that the woman raised by the Chu clan's Grand Duke had returned? How should she say that? If she really said that, would Tai Butian still have any dignity left? But if she said that the Emperor of the lower three heavens had arrived? That obviously wouldn't do. What? You still came to the Chu clan to flaunt your prowess? Say that you're the Grand Duke's mother? But that Grand Duke seemed to still be surnamed Tai Butian thought about it several times, but couldn't get the gist of it. For a moment, she was also somewhat at a loss. Her wisdom of the past was naturally gone, and she was at a loss for what to do. Even her identity was a problem now. Of course, she could still have an identity. For example, Ning Tianya. As long as she said that Ning Tianya, Supreme Ning, had personally come to the Chu clan, the Chu clan would definitely welcome him. But in that case, what would she be? A lackey who relied on others might to intimidate others? That wasn't right. For a moment, the three of them actually froze. It was the Chu clan's gatekeeper who saw the three of them come together very quickly. Then, he stood not far from the door with a complicated expression. Also, it seemed that this woman was simply unbelievably beautiful. She didn't even look like a human. She was a fairy. Chapter 1707. Ning Tianya and Feng Chiliang looked at Tai Butian together, obviously letting her make the decision. Tai Butian's pretty face instantly turned as red as a persimmon in late autumn, as red as it could get. If that's the case, I'll have to trouble the three of you to inform. Tai Butian's face was red as she almost stammered, Tai Butian of the lower three heavens. This? Requests an audience. Requests an audience. After stammering for a long time, she still couldn't say who she was requesting an audience with. She was already so embarrassed that she couldn't show her face. The three guards looked at each other. How could anyone who could guard the door be a fool? They thought to themselves, which master's romantic debt has come knocking on our door? He's really lucky with women? Since the other party had already introduced herself, they nodded and said, if that's the case, please wait a moment. Immediately, a person went in to report. Of course, they didn't know who exactly this Tai Butian was. They also didn't know what the three words Tai Butian meant in the lower three heavens and here. But the next moment, they knew. They knew completely. The Chu clan's mansion suddenly erupted. Then, Chu Failing, first Madame Yang Ruolin, and first young Master Chu Yang almost ran out. Then, they saw first young Master Chu Yang dashing out like a flash of light. The next moment, he held this indescribably beautiful woman in his arms. You're here. You're finally here. Chu Yang hugged the beauty tightly. Let go. Let go of me. What have I become? Tai Butian was embarrassed and anxious as she struggled with all her might. That original graceful bearing of a sovereign had long flown to God knows where. It was unknown whether it was beyond the clouds or somewhere else. Anyway, it was definitely very far away. Chu Yang laughed and let go of the beauty. Facing Chu Failing and Yang Ruolin, these two people whom she was destined to meet but was most afraid of meeting, Tai Butian was even more embarrassed and embarrassed. She couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. This. How should I address them? This matter was truly too difficult to handle. Chu Failing and Yang Ruolin were already prepared. Seeing Tai Butian's embarrassed look, the two of them also felt a little strange and expectant as they looked at her with an amused expression. Chu Yang rubbed his nose and laughed. Then, he feigned ignorance and said, Father, Mother, let me introduce you. You definitely haven't met her before. This is Tai Yang's mother. Cough. She is the emperor of the Iron Cloud Empire of the lower three heavens, cough, and also your daughter-in-law. She secretly added another word. One of them. Tai Butian's pretty face turned even redder. Seeing that there was no way she could avoid this, she could only grit her teeth and take 3 steps forward. Then, she knelt down gracefully and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, "Daughter-in-law Butian greets father-in-law and mother-in-law." As he spoke, he kowtowed. This bow was necessary, no matter how familiar they were in the past. However, it involved the important matter of recognizing one's ancestors. That was something that could not be done carelessly. No matter how many misgivings Tai Butian had in her heart, she had already arrived at the Chu clan. But it was no longer up to her. Other than father-in-law and mother-in-law, there was no other way to address them. If he still called her senior sister, then the entire Chu clan would become the biggest joke in the heavenly layer. Therefore, this meeting had really forced Tai Butian into a corner. With Danair here, Tai Butian had no choice but to come and give in. "Oh my, get up, get up," Chu Failing said hurriedly. Yang Rulan stepped forward and helped Tai Butian up. She pulled her into her arms and couldn't stop grinning. She whispered into Tai Butian's ear, "Little girl, you were so stubborn back then." Humph humph. Tai Butian's face turned even redder. They were originally senior and junior sisters, so they were naturally very familiar with each other. However, this was the first time they met openly after changing identities. She recalled how she had been stubborn back then and said that she wouldn't acknowledge Chu Yang. And the audience at that time was her senior sister, mother-in-law in front of her now. Yang Rulan smiled warmly and hugged Tai Butian as they walked into the house. Since she was her junior and now her daughter-in-law, how could Yang Rulan bear to let Tai Butian continue to be embarrassed? A red carpet was laid out in front of the main entrance of the house. On the red carpet, there was a large fire basin with flames burning fiercely. Chu Yang came up and whispered to Tai Butian, "Jump over." Tai Butian was stunned. Seeing that everyone was smiling and looking at her, she had no choice but to jump over. Instantly, there was applause all around. She saw that Chu Yang had also jumped over with her. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. Was this worthy of applause? It was just a small fire basin. Besides, even if it was a peerless lightness technique, what was there to praise in a martial arts clan like the Chu clan? "This is called jumping over a fire pit?" Chu Yang whispered into her ear. "It's a custom here. It means that coming to my house is equivalent to jumping out of a fire pit. From now on, everything will be smooth sailing. Of course, it also means that you're a member of my family." Realization dawned on Tai Butian. She thought to herself, so being the emperor of the lower three heavens is a fire pit. Being the emperor is jumping into a fire pit? This is really strange. Could it be that living in the world, hundreds of millions of people are looking forward to jumping into the fire pit every moment? Forget it. Seeing that you're treating me as a member of your family, I won't be calculative. Then, another maid came over and presented a red robe, as bright as a flower. Yang Rulan whispered into Tai Butian's ear. Tai Butian's face became redder and redder. Finally, she nodded shyly. Normally, a new daughter-in-law would have to wear a wedding dress when she first entered the family. Even if it was a woman outside, as long as the family acknowledged her, she would have to go through the wedding ceremony again. This was a custom of the southeast. However, Tai Butian and Chu Yang were doing everything in secret. Even their children were already so old. Obviously, it was somewhat inappropriate to go through the wedding ceremony again. No matter what, it felt a little weird. Yang Rulan had a rough discussion with her family members and could only come up with a compromise. They would just walk through the hall of the Chu clan in a wedding dress and kowtow to the ancestors. This would avoid awkwardness and save a lot of trouble. Then, they would walk around the Chu clan compound. As the saying went, those who enter the hall, those who enter the kitchen. In this way, they would officially enter the Chu clan and become a member of the Chu clan. As for the wedding ceremony, it could only wait until Chu Yang's wedding in the future. Everyone would go through the wedding ceremony together to make up for the ceremony that couldn't be made up now. Anyway, Chu Yang had more than one confidant, and they would all be broken together with him. Looking at the graceful and beautiful Tai Butian wearing a bright wedding dress, Chu Yang stroked his chin and smiled. "Little girl, let's see how you can run this time. Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because you're the emperor? Now that you're in the Chu clan, what you do and what you don't do, isn't it still up to me?" When a new daughter-in-law meets her parents-in-law for the first time, She has to listen to whatever they say. How can you resist? From now on, you're a proper member of the Chu clan. More importantly, you're my wife. One of my wives. Run? Wishful thinking. This was naturally the method that Chu Yang and Yang Ruolin's mother came up with. It was meant to be used against Tai Butian. How would Tai Butian know that there were so many twists and turns in this? In addition, it was her first time here. She was in a daze and extremely shy. Everything was manipulated. Until the end, she didn't even realize what was going on. The only thing she felt was embarrassment. At the side, Chu Yang was already thinking of naughty ideas in his heart. His face was full of lust. Yes, if you want to run in the future, I'll strip you naked and keep your clothes. Let's see how you can run then. Wow, my mommy is so beautiful. A young and tender voice was heard cheering. Little Tai Yang was carried out from Chu Lu-er's arms. The little guy could walk on his own, but as long as someone was willing to carry him, especially a beautiful woman, he would never take this step on his own. The moment Tai Butian saw this little guy, she immediately liked him and was happy. But she was also a little angry and even a little sad. During the few days when this little guy went missing, Tai Butian almost broke down. Such a small little guy ran away from home without a word. What would happen when he grew up? Tai Butian took Tai Yang and slapped him on the buttocks with tears in her eyes. Little rascal, why did you run? After 2 consecutive slaps, Yang Ruolin was unhappy. She snatched the child back. All right. You've already hit and scolded him. Don't scare him. He's still young and can't be scared. As she spoke, she hurriedly rubbed his buttocks. Good boy. Does it hurt? Let me blow on it. Sigh. Your mother is so cruel. Even his buttocks are red. She almost burst into tears. Chu Yang and Tai Butian were speechless. Tai Butian didn't use any strength at all. How did it turn red? Besides, this little buttocks, even if she burned it, it might not turn red, right? Red. It was just a light red color to begin with. Can't be scared? What's there to be scared of? He turned a blind eye to a battlefield where millions of people died. He even blackmailed all the Tribulation Brothers and everyone present. Besides, this little rascal really deserved a good beating. Why did his mother let him go with just 2 light slaps? That night, the Chu clan held a big banquet. Ning Tianyan naturally sat at the main seat. Everyone drank until they were drunk. Late at night, Tai Butian stayed in a room arranged by the Chu clan. She couldn't fall asleep. The child wasn't by her side. Yang Ruolin had already taken him away. You can't be at ease if you hit the child when he's by your side. It was a very high-sounding reason. But Tai Butian was rather helpless. How can I really bear to hit him? Do I look like a mother abusing her child? For a moment, she only felt confused. After a long time, she started to look around the room. The more she looked, the more she felt that something was wrong. Well, this is obviously a man's room. What's going on? There seemed to be men's clothes on the clothes rack and men's shoes in the shoe cabinet. How can it be? Did they put me in Chu Yang's room? The more Tai Butian thought about it, the more she felt that something was wrong. She was about to go out and leave this troublesome place when she heard the door creak open. A person walked in, his breath reeking of alcohol. Chapter 1708. Why did you come in? Get out. Tai Butian blushed. The person who came in was Chu Yang. Chu Yang's eyes widened, but he was just pretending to be confused. He said in surprise, "This is my house. Why can't I come in?" Tai Butian blushed and said, "Your house? Then I'll go look for my mother to change houses. Who wants to stay with you?" Chu Yang laughed and said, "Change houses? Novel chapters are updated the fastest. Where do you want to change houses in the middle of the night? Pretty girl, did you forget what you did today? You've already worn the wedding dress, jumped into the fire pit, and acknowledged your ancestors. From now on, you're my rightful woman. Where do you think you're going to run away to? Change houses? That's hilarious." Huh. Tai Butian's eyes widened. What the fuck? She seemed to have fallen into a trap. She announced to the world that she acknowledged her ancestors in broad daylight and became someone's woman from now on. Seeing Chu Yang's handsome face getting closer and closer, Tai Butian panicked and retreated step by step, her face getting redder and redder. When she finally retreated to the back, there seemed to be something obstructing her. She sat down on the bed in a moment of carelessness. Chu Yang pounced over like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, holding Tai Butian's delicate body tightly in his arms. Tai Butian was about to struggle when she heard Chu Yang say in her ear, "His Majesty has asked me to serve him to bed, for His Majesty to sleep comfortably at night. I'll do my best to serve him. I'll use all kinds of methods and postures to make him happy. Even if I have to do my best, I'll let him enjoy the wonderful feeling of being an immortal. Does Your Majesty look forward to it?" Tai Butian's face turned red and she said angrily, "Rogue, you pervert, let go of me, let go of me." Arun screamed in a low voice. Chu Yang's hand slipped into her lapel. Sticking close to her tender skin, he pushed his hand deeper into her body. Then, he teased softly, "Rogue? Pervert? I'm His Majesty. He likes it the most when I play rogue with him. If I don't, what will His Majesty do? So I've decided. How hooligan could he be today? You have to be as perverted as possible to His Majesty. You have to be as perverted as possible until you have no place to be perverted." Tai Butian still wanted to resist and struggle, but Chu Yang's hand covered her plump breasts and gently kneaded them. She only felt that her entire body was going soft. With great effort, she said, "You." Chu Yang's other hand reached out. He reached into the hem of her skirt and reached out to cover her white and tender buttocks. He gently kneaded and said, "It's late at night. This humble subject has helped Your Majesty take off your clothes. I've been wearing these cumbersome clothes for the entire day. How can this be? Hurry up and get rid of it." In Chu Yang's voice, there was a burning passion that was about to explode. It seemed as if some kind of emotion was about to erupt. With a groan, Tai Butian's entire body fell limply to the ground. She could clearly feel the nimble movements of Chu Yang's fingers. She felt a chill run down her spine, and her clothes were falling off her body piece by piece. Tai Butian closed her eyes tightly. Her face was as red as the morning sun. His entire body stiffened. Then, it stopped for a moment. After a series of rustling sounds, a warm and strong body that she hadn't felt in a long time covered her body gently, as if afraid of pressuring her. Chu Yang's dreamy voice said, "Your Majesty, I'm here. I'll do my best to serve Your Majesty." Tai Butian was extremely embarrassed. She pinched him hard. Despite the pain, Chu Yang continued to tease her. "So Your Majesty can't wait any longer. I'll come right away." Tai Butian pouted. The candlelight was extinguished. It was spring in the room. More than 3 million words have been omitted here. The next few days passed peacefully, and happily. The world-destroying demonic tribulation caused by the extraterrestrial demons had been eliminated. If one were to say that peace and peacefulness were to be expected, the unusual calmness was something that Chu Yang found hard to believe. It had been more than half a month since the day of the breakthrough. How could the aura of the heavenly palace still appear? Chu Yang was also very confused now. Could it be that he had made a mistake? That Zhang and the others hadn't reached the stage where they could break through the void yet? Otherwise, how could it be so peaceful? But that shouldn't be the case. Although Zheng and his brothers weren't as strong as the Dharma Supreme, they were definitely above Ning Tianya. There was also the Sword Spirit. The Sword Spirit was very sensitive to the level of one's cultivation. His judgment had never been wrong before. Zhang and his brothers were definitely at the level of breaking through the void. In fact, they might have even surpassed it by a lot. But why did they have the aura of the heavenly palace? It was hard to understand. But while it was hard to understand, the aura of the heavenly palace was a good thing for now. Chu Yang and the others had been through many trials and breakthroughs. They had been on the brink of death many times. It was also a good thing that they had the chance to relax now. They could adjust their bodies and emotions. Only then could they be in the best condition to welcome the new era and explore the unknown future. The entire continent was still in a state of chaos, and this chaos would last for a long time. However, due to the fact that the entire double heaven was in a state of chaos, the entire continent was in a state of chaos. However, In the heavenly realm, almost all of the high-level martial artists had been wiped out in one fell swoop. Even if they were allowed to create chaos in the martial world now, it wouldn't be too chaotic. With the Moonbreeze duo leading the law enforcers, they could definitely handle everything calmly. There wouldn't be any exceptions or what-ifs. Diwu Qingru was still the same. All of his plans came from him. Although he was very tired every day, so tired that it was indescribable, and even with his cultivation, he was so busy that he had difficulty sleeping every night. However, Diwu Qingru was very happy. He had finally found the most suitable position for him. He had also finally realized that Zhang and Chu Yang were really different. Chu Yang could wield his sword and rule the world. If he was given a throne, he could be the emperor and even do his duty well. If he was given a sword, he could also slaughter the world. But Diwu Qingru couldn't. Zhang could also laugh proudly in the martial world and rule the world. He could also be the emperor and even kill people with his sword. However, it depended on Diwu Qingru's personality. He was ultimately not the kind of person who stood at the peak. The most suitable position for Zhang was actually only below one person and above everyone else. Especially now, he was the second most powerful person in the entire heavenly realm. All of Diwu Qingru's ambitions, all of his wisdom and all of his wisdom could be unleashed without any restrictions. Moreover, he was even given a good assistant, Ling Hanxue. Therefore, Diwu Qingru felt that Zheng's generation would basically have no more desires in the future. When a person had more desires, his future would be very optimistic. Only those who were content with what they had would be able to live a happy life. From ancient times till now, and even in the future, this logic was true. Chu Yang was now in a tug-of-war with Tai Butian every day. Ever since that night, Tai Butian threw a huge tantrum. The first time he went to stay at his in-laws' house, he didn't sleep the whole night and was tormented the whole night. Well, it seemed that a certain king of hell hadn't done it for a long time. Now that he finally had the chance, how could he not go all out? Tell me, how am I going to face people in the future? Tell me. Tai Butian was unable to restrain her anger. The domineering aura of an emperor was fully displayed. Chu Yang smiled cheekily. Your Majesty, please allow me to report. Actually, there's nothing to do with it. It's just human desires. Your Majesty is not a human and I am not a human. Since we are humans, how can we not have any desires? Reuniting after such a long time, it's only right to indulge in a night of pleasure. Nonsense. Nonsense. Tai Butian was embarrassed and anxious. She was too ashamed to show her face. Tai Butian reprimanded him verbally, but in her heart, intentionally or unintentionally, she recalled last night's indulgence in a night of pleasure. A certain fellow went crazy like a wild beast. Under the heat of passion, he seemed to have made quite a big commotion. He even did it. This really made her feel a little ashamed. Seeing that Tai Butian was really anxious, Chu Yang was someone who did it and naturally had his own means. He pretended to be mysterious and said, "Yes, I forgot to report to your Majesty. It seems that I have already used my divine senses to completely block off this room last night. So, your Majesty can rest assured that no one else will be able to hear you." Tai Butian was finally relieved when she heard this. Then, she flew into a rage out of humiliation. "So you were just teasing me just now?" She instantly said goodbye in a coquettish manner. "Okay, since no one heard it, I might as well do it again." "Are you serious? I've been holding it in for a long time." Chu Yang begged for mercy, but to no avail. Thus, he directly started to play a rogue move. The moment he used this move, he indeed turned the tide. The situation was instantly reversed. Tai Butian screamed and immediately begged for mercy. Up till now, ZJ still didn't have the energy to get out of bed. It was his first day at his in-laws' house. No matter where the rules were, he had to wake up early to pay his respects. If Chu Yang messed around again, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything until noon. If that was the case, he would really become a big joke. For the next few days, Tai Butian was constantly pestered by Chu Yang. "Are you leaving with me or not? Just leave with me." "Chu Yang, you bastard, are you leaving with me or not? Just leave with me." For the next few days, Tai Butian was pestered by Chu Yang until her heart was in a mess. Unlike his usual self, Chu Yang really pestered her like a sticky candy. You want to leave? Fine. But you have to leave with me. You have to give me a definite answer. A negative answer? No. Tai Butian was in a dilemma. How could ZJ bear to abandon her? On one side was the people under ZJ's rule and the heavy responsibility. On the other side was her husband and a happy family. It was hard to abandon either side. But the moment she showed signs of rejection, Chu Yang started to use all kinds of methods. Things that could be used, things that couldn't be used, things that should be used, things that shouldn't be used. Seeing that he really couldn't take it anymore, he directly flew into a rage out of humiliation and pressed Tai Butian onto the bed, feasting on her. Anyway, Minister Chu had been holding it in for a long time. You're already under my roof, and you still dare to say that you're not willing. Just nice, let me punish you. Let's see if you still dare to refuse. Chapter 1709. From then on, Tai Butian lived a life that she had never even thought of before. Never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that an emperor of a generation who controlled millions of rivers and mountains in the lower three heavens would actually be bullied like this one day. In the beginning, she was still resisting, struggling, angry, and intimidating. But in the end, she didn't even have the strength to resist. The moment she saw Chu Yang's majestic body approaching her, she started to feel flustered, shy, and scared. Of course, she didn't see her son these few days. Nor did she see young Ruolin and Chu failing. Even that old man Ning Tianya was nowhere to be seen. When she asked, she replied that the elder ancestor Chu Xiaoxin had called the child and his grandparents over. Firstly, to protect him, and secondly, to impart a certain supreme secret martial art of the Chu clan. Hearing this answer, Tai Butian was relieved. She knew that an old aristocratic family like the Chu clan had its own unique inheritance. It seemed that her son was still very valued in the Chu clan. Although she couldn't help but feel a little worried, she was more happy. As a mother, what could make her happier than seeing her son being valued by everyone? Wasn't it? Of course, Tai Butian also knew that since she had come to the Chu clan, she shouldn't think of going back in the short term. Fortunately, the lower three heavens was already on track. With Imperial Uncle Tai Longcheng holding the fort, there wouldn't be any problems. At least not in the short term. She would just take it as a vacation here. Also, although a certain someone was very hooligan, overbearing, and unreasonable, Tai Butian was still very attached to Chu Yang's warm embrace. If she really didn't go with him, she really didn't know when he would return from this trip to the heavenly imperial court. When they met again in the future, Chu Yang might still be as elegant as before. But whether her hair was gray or she had already become a pile of yellow soil, that was hard to say. Thinking of this, Tai Butian felt a little sad. Sometimes, when she saw Chu Yang sleeping soundly at night, she would also cry silently. Although Tai Butian was a woman, she rarely cried. Before she unified Iron Cloud, she had only cried 3 times. The first time was because her father didn't hesitate to massacre the harem to ensure the stability of Iron Cloud. He killed his wife and daughter and hid Tai Butian's female identity, thinking that it was too much to nurture. Tai Butian shed tears for the first time. In the end, her father died because the poison was too deep. Tai Butian shed tears for the second time. As for the third time, it was for Chu Yang. That day, Chu Yang's life was in danger. This was the beginning of this relationship. Tai Butian didn't want Chu Yang to know about it at the start. She had schemed to hide it, and after she succeeded, she shed tears for the third time. However, by now, the Tai Butian who never shed tears had already become a flower of the past. When Iron Cloud was united, her son was her companion. On the surface, she still looked the same as before. She was decisive and bright. She also had the bearing of a ruler that intimidated the lower 3 heavens. However, she was already a little woman in her bones. Especially now, she was behaving like a little woman. In the dead of the night, she would think about the boundless future. She would be full of worries, and she would cry from time to time. Time slowly passed day by day. The clear-headed Emotianji also felt that something was strange. On the 10th day, he rushed to the Chu clan and asked Chu Yang if he knew what was going on. And why was it like this? Chu Yang was also at a loss now. How would he know what was going on? However, Emotianji came at the right time this time. He asked Emotianji to bring back some of the more precious medicines, such as heavy pills, some purple crystals, souls of purple crystals, and so on for his family members in the lower three heavens. Emotianji stayed for 3 whole days this time. He brought back a lot of gifts. Furthermore, he paid a special visit to Third Master Chu Fei Han. Third Master Chu and Emotianji talked for a long time. Third Master Chu was really fond of Emotianji, this handsome young man. Emotianji was especially polite. His manner of speaking made people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Emotianji held Third Master Chu in high esteem. Intentionally or unintentionally, Third Master Chu had already been praised to the heavens. Third Master Chu liked it so much that he even proposed to become sworn brothers with Emotianji in the end. This gave Emotianji, who had ulterior motives, a huge fright. That very afternoon, he took the things that Chu Yang gave him and fled in defeat. Chu Lu'er personally sent Emotianji out. Seeing Emotianji leave in such a sorry state, she couldn't help but smile. Chu Yang had already faintly sensed someone's thoughts. Now that he saw Emotianji's strange whereabouts and didn't even bring Emochingwu along, this made Chu Yang very unhappy. He asked Chu Lu'er, "Sister, what do you think of Emotianji?" "He's all right." Chu Lu'er didn't comment. "Sister, you have to be more vigilant. This guy eats people without spitting out the bones." Minister Chu fiercely said in front of his sister. "Yes, I know." Chu Lu'er rolled her eyes at her brother. This seemed to be the first time Chu Lu'er rolled her eyes at a certain king of hell. This made a certain king of hell hate someone even more. Another half a month passed. The continent gradually stabilized and basically calmed down. However, there were still no signs of Chu Yang and the rest breaking through the void. This time, not only the sharp Chu Yang and Emotianji, but even the slow-witted Dong Wushang, GMO, and the others noticed. Even someone as simple-minded as GMO also noticed this. Everyone felt strange and had thousands of questions in their hearts. Apart from Brother Jia, the Moon Breeze couple even specially came once. Firstly, to ask about this matter. Secondly, to thank Chu Yang. Feng Euro is finally pregnant. For the Moon Breeze couple, their long-cherished wish had come true and their beautiful dream had finally come true. This was really the happiest thing in the world. Congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. Chu Yang congratulated him again and again. Yu Lingxue couldn't stop smiling. "It's all thanks to you that my wish came true." Chu Yang coughed repeatedly. "This is really... Your wife's pregnancy is all thanks to me?" This. If someone with ulterior motives heard this and casually said a few more words, I wouldn't be able to clear my name even if I jumped into the ancestral spirit river. The Chu clan was really lively for a few more days. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. Tai Butian finally couldn't hold it in anymore. "No matter what you say, I can't take it anymore. At least let me see my son. Otherwise," Chu Yang could only say in a secretive manner, "Our son actually went back to the lower 3 heavens long ago." Tai Butian was shocked. "What? How can it be? What's going on?" Cough, cough. Minister Chu coughed repeatedly. "Our son has gone back to do something big this time. It's to usurp the throne. He should be firmly seated on the throne by now, right? Your Majesty, you should have already been promoted to the throne by now." Tai Butian was completely dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. This was, of course, the little fellow's idea and Chu Yang's instigation. The following was the content of the conversation between a certain delinquent father and son. "Little fellow, do you like being the emperor?" asked the father. "I love being the emperor the most," said the little fellow. "Does your mother want to follow me?" "Of course she wants to follow you. If she doesn't, she'll be unhappy." "What if your mother doesn't want to leave? Are you willing to help me?" "Of course I'll help you." "Then do you want to be the emperor?" "Huh. How about it?" I think it's feasible." "Then let you usurp the throne?" Then let me usurp the throne." In this way, the father and son colluded and hit it off. Then, together with Feng Qiliang, who had a favor to ask of Chu Yang, and Ning Tianya, who had been bribed by the title of State Preceptor, went to the lower three heavens with Tai Yang, Yang Rulin, and Chu Failing, to usurp the throne. Chu Yang wasn't worried about this baby of his at all. Firstly, this fellow was extremely intelligent and mischievous. Secondly, he had Tai Long Cheng's loyal support. Thirdly, Ning Tianya was his state preceptor. Fourthly, Feng Qiliang was his chief imperial bodyguard. Fifthly, the Chu clan was secretly protecting him. With these 5 conditions, even if a country was a block of wood standing on the throne, it would still be stable. In fact, Ning Tianya alone was enough to fulfill these conditions. A supreme martial artist at the peak of grade 3, becoming the state preceptor of the lower 3 heavens. Who would dare to rebel? Even if it was an army of 100,000, as long as state preceptor Ning was willing to take action. It would be no exaggeration to say that it was as easy as flipping one's hand. Never would Tai Butian have imagined that her trip out would actually result in her being plotted against by her son, husband, and in-laws. Now that her escape route had been blocked, there was definitely no hope for her to ascend the throne. Although she heard the sad news of the great Emperor Bu Tian's death, Tai Butian still insisted on going back to the lower 3 heavens with Chu Yang. They had just arrived at the lower 3 heavens, but as far as the eye could see, they saw white flags that covered the sky and covered the earth. Everywhere was mourning the death of the great Emperor Bu Tian. From the mourning, one could see how important the great Emperor Bu Tian was to the people. Tai Butian was stunned on the spot. At this moment, she was still dressed as a woman. On the way back to Iron Cloud Citadel, she saw countless people still crying bitterly, grieving the death of the great Emperor Tai Butian. Many elderly people were telling their children and grandchildren about the great feats of heaven-mending great Emperor. After unifying the lower 3 heavens, he worked hard day and night. He made the Iron Cloud Citadel prosper day by day. However, he fell ill and passed away. If not for the fact that there was still a young emperor, the huge Iron Cloud Citadel would have fallen apart. However, the young emperor left behind by the great Emperor Bu Tian was really amazing. When he was born, he was accompanied by auspicious signs and was blessed by the heavens. He was smart and wise from a young age. Now that he was only 4 years old, he already had the demeanor of a ruler. Although he ascended the throne at a young age, he had the loyal Prince Regent Tai Longcheng as his assistant. He even had the legendary number 1 expert Ning Tianya as his imperial advisor. The magnificent Iron Cloud Citadel could take another step forward. Hearing the voices of the people, Tai Butian really didn't know how to react. This subtle feeling was really indescribable. The new emperor granted amnesty to the people after ascending the throne. Tai Butian looked at the imperial notice posted on the streets. The policies of the new emperor were very attractive and clear. According to Tai Butian's understanding of the court officials, there were some measures that even she didn't mention. These were definitely not the ideas of these people. Could it be that this little guy came up with them? Chapter 17:10. These imperial measures are all very good. With Tai Butian's foresight, she could tell at a glance the benefits of the new imperial proclamation. Firstly, it could make the people remember the late emperor without limit, thus increasing the cohesion of the imperial family among the people to the greatest extent. Secondly, it could greatly arouse the people's confidence in the new emperor and fill them with longing for the future. With these two as a foundation, she believed that no matter what decree it was in the future, it would be able to be passed smoothly. Besides, it would also greatly reduce the resistance of the big clans. Even Tai Butian, the talented and bold emperor of her generation, would also be amazed and full of praise. She would even admit her inferiority. Up ahead was Tai Longcheng's residence. The two of them walked over. After a long time, after leaving Tai Longcheng's residence, Tai Butian was obviously much more relaxed. As if that heavy burden had finally been lifted from her shoulders, she looked radiant all at once. Chu Yang, from now on, don't call me your majesty anymore. I'm just your woman. Tai Butian's eyes were filled with tears. I'm no longer some emperor, no longer have any other identity. Thinking of the pressure all these years, Tai Butian burst into tears. But she was still a little worried. It's just that, can the child take it? He's still so young. What do you think? You're worrying too much. Chu Yang asked, what kind of place is the lower three heavens? With Ning Tianya as his imperial advisor, even in the upper three heavens, it's enough for him to dominate. Not to mention that he's our son. How can he be given it for free? That's true. Tai Butian smiled through her tears. It's just that it's really hard to imagine that Elder Ning would actually agree to this. I still feel like I'm dreaming. Our son is not simple. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. If there were no benefits, why would Ning Tianya care about this? Since he agreed, there must be a reason behind it. But that's not something we should worry about. Our children and grandchildren will have their own blessings. Okay. Tai Butian leaned into Chu Yang's arms weakly. Thank you. This time, the Chu clan has done too much for me. Chu Yang hugged her and said softly, You're my baby. What's wrong with doing all this? Shouldn't I? To be honest, Tai Butian didn't really care about the throne. To her, the throne had always been just a responsibility and a promise. Now that she was no longer the empress, it was as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. As for the promise she made that day, she had already fulfilled it. However, with Tai Yang's status, there was really no need for him to be the so-called emperor. He was the son of the current Calamity Swordmaster of the Chu clan of Upper Three Heavens. How illustrious was this identity? How could a mere emperor of the lower three heavens be mentioned in the same breath? Especially now that the Calamity Swordmaster ruled the world. Without a doubt, his son should also be a great person who soared to the heavens. Don't look at Tai Yang's young age. Even if he didn't know anything, as long as he revealed his identity in the upper three heavens, who would dare to make a move? In order to fulfill the relationship between Tai Butian and Chu Yang, the Chu clan easily made Tai Yang the emperor. It was obvious how much effort they had put in. Now that he saw Tai Yang like this, he could be considered wise and promising. While Tai Butian was very grateful for the consideration of the Chu clan, she was also very relieved that she finally had a successor. Chu Yang and his wife sneaked into the imperial palace without making a sound. They saw that the little guy was handling state affairs in a very serious manner. Tai Butian went forward and taught him a lesson as usual. She picked up the little fellow who plotted to usurp the throne and placed him on her lap, giving him a good beating. Such a little fellow actually plotted to usurp the throne. Of course, she didn't use much strength. Looking at this fair and tender little fellow, Tai Butian still couldn't believe it. Tai Butian was still in disbelief. It was just this little fellow. He actually plotted to usurp the throne and even caused the death of the great Emperor Butian, and after becoming the emperor, he even sat on the bench naked. He was a proper emperor. Looking at him, Tai Butian couldn't help but admit that there were some things that even she couldn't think of. Was this still a little brat who wasn't even 5 years old? How monstrous was he? Why did you do this? Don't you want to follow your father to the heaven palace? Wouldn't the sky be wider there? Tai Butian asked. There's no meaning there. At least, there's no meaning to me now. The little fellow blinked. When I want to go up, I can go up at any time. But I definitely don't want to go up now. So I'll just take it as filial piety so that father won't be able to sleep alone. Chu Yang's face was as calm as water, but he was overjoyed. Good son, you're really my son. You know how to care for your father at such a young age. How obedient and filial. Tai Butian, on the other hand, felt dizzy. The little fellow said it too casually. That was the legendary Heaven Palace, the final destination of all martial artists in the world. Why did it sound like it was a place that one could go up whenever they wanted to, and not if they didn't want to? Could it be that the Heaven Palace was so worthless now that one could go up whenever they wanted? Besides, how did this fellow know so much? Actually, there's still a little. Previously, I saw how awe-inspiring Mother was when she ruled over the people. So I also want to try being an emperor. The little guy said in all seriousness, Mother, please don't worry. I want to be an unprecedented emperor in the double heavens continent. Not only do I want to unify the lower three heavens, I also want to unify the upper three heavens. I want the whole world to become a country. All the people in the world must submit to my rule. Looking at this young and tender face, both of them were a little shocked. Chu Yang and Tai Butian were a little shocked by this ambition. Even Tai Butian definitely didn't have this kind of ambition. After talking to Ning Tianyao, both of them were finally relieved. Chu Failing and Yang Rulin were also here. With the full support of the Chu clan, if Tai Yang still couldn't be an emperor, that would be really unbelievable. The next thing to do was for Chu Yang to start raising Tai Butian's cultivation with all his might. Tai Butian, who had no more worries, naturally let go of all her worries and focused on improving. My Majesty, don't think that you have nothing to do now that you're no longer an emperor. After we go to the Heaven Palace, all the internal affairs, including all the external affairs, will be managed by you. You have an important role to play. Chu Yang said, that's our real stage. Tai Butian agreed solemnly. She knew that Chu Yang was definitely not saying empty words, or just saying perfunctory words to brush her off. After reaching the Heaven Palace, a new challenge would begin immediately. And at that time, they would have to start from nothing and gradually conquer the world. Conquering the world of the Heaven Palace step by step, the difficulty of that couldn't be compared to the Heaven Palace now. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. It was really too difficult. But the more difficult it was, the more challenging it would be, the more fun it would be, and the greater the sense of accomplishment and satisfaction after achieving it. Fighting with the heavens was endless fun. Fighting with the earth was endless fun. Fighting with people was endless fun. This was the principle. At that time, everyone's road ahead would definitely be full of thorns. What Chu Yang had to do was naturally to cut through the thorns, open up the road ahead, and be in charge of fighting. And stabilizing the rear and controlling the overall situation undoubtedly fell on him. At the same time that Tai Butian felt the pressure again, she also felt a burst of excitement. All these years, her cultivation hadn't improved, but all the foundations had long been laid. Because Tai Butian wanted to save Chu Yang, who was poisoned that day, she gave up her virginity and even lost an extremely rare icy heart talent. It was only when she gave birth to Tai Yang that she happened to have the help of a heavy pill. She broke through and then stood up again, transforming into the icy heart jade bone body that had never been seen before in the history of the Heaven Palace. Her cultivation aptitude was absolutely unparalleled. From what Chu Yang knew, it was only slightly below Mo Qingwu's innate body. Previously, because she was busy with state affairs and taking care of little Tai Yang, her cultivation was delayed and her progress was relatively slow. Now, with Chu Yang's full support, and in order to let Tai Butian improve even more, Chu Yang didn't hesitate to use the Moon Breeze dual cultivation technique that he had obtained from Wu Qianqian. Her icy heart jade bone foundation had long reached the realm of complete perfection. At present, although it was just like a dried-up pond, as long as Chu Yang poured in a large amount of clear water, this pond could directly become a boundless harbor. During this period of time, Tai Butian's cultivation had been steadily and rapidly improving at a tremendous pace. Chu Yang brought Tai Butian, and the two of them traveled for a few more days in the lower three heavens. They even specially made a trip to Beyond the Heavens sect to visit Wu Yunliang and the others. After Chu Failing and Yang Rulin checked out the lower three heavens, they followed Tai Butian and returned to the upper three heavens. After traveling continuously, the husband and wife didn't feel tired at all. Instead, they were filled with a faint melancholy of parting. They knew clearly that when Chu Yang was completely at ease, it would probably be time to leave. Unknowingly, 2.5 months had already passed since the last battle with the Dharma Supreme. On this day, Chu Yang suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of uneasiness. Suddenly, the entire sky above the heavenly layer continent was filled with dark clouds in a very short period of time. The entire clear sky was completely covered up. That vast and mighty power of heaven and earth finally came crashing down. Has the time finally come? When Chu Yang and Tai Butian were bidding farewell to their family members for the last time, Mo Tianji, who also sensed it, rushed to the Chu clan with Mo Qingwu. This time, Imo Qingwu formally paid her respects to Chu Failing and Yang Ruolin, as well as the ancestors of the Chu clan, as their daughter-in-law. At the same time, within a radius of 10,000 miles in the lower three heavens, incense and candles were everywhere. Hundreds of millions of people were devoutly worshipping. This day, under the insistence of the Iron Cloud Great Emperor, was designated as the most solemn festival of the future generations, the day of opening the heavens. All the big clans in the lower three heavens also worshipped their ancestors, burned incense and prayed. Chu Yang, Imo Qingwu, Tai Butian, Chu Le Tan Tan, and Xie Danfeng walked out of the gate of the Chu clan's old residence at the same time. Everyone came to send them off. Meng Chaoran and Chu Xiaoxin were also there. Chapter 1711. Obviously, Meng Chaoran knew his disciple's temper very well. In terms of trouble, even Tin Chu Yang's couldn't compare to one Tan Tan. Tan Tan was definitely a legendary troublemaker. Therefore, he reminded him seriously, "Master, I can't bear to part with you. Why can't you take things easy?" Tan Tan said tearfully. "Get lost," Meng Chaoran shouted angrily. In the few days since Tan Tan's arrival, Meng Chaoran had lost his composure once again. He had once thought that he could remain calm and collected for a long time, but Tan Tan had completely destroyed it. He could only frown and sigh every day. "Master, didn't you notice? I've become more handsome. If you don't believe me, look at how I look when my left eye is closed and my right eye is wide open. Don't I look especially handsome?" After the first day of affection and sadness, Tan Tan relapsed on the second day. Meng Chaoran was pestered by Tan Tan all day long. He almost wanted to cry but had no tears. When he couldn't see him, he missed him. When he saw him, he couldn't help but want to strangle him. Could it be that distance really makes the heart grow fonder? Now, this bastard was finally going to leave. Although Meng Chaoran was reluctant to part with him, he felt more relieved. "You are finally going to fucking get lost. I can finally have some peace and quiet for a while. After you leave, I'll bring my wife back to Beyond the Heavens sect tomorrow to take a look." While everyone was reluctant to leave, Chu Yang and the others bowed down. After 3 kowtows, they finally stood up and gazed deeply at everyone in front of them. After a while, Chu Yang took the lead and let out a clear whistle. He turned around and flew up. Imo Tianji and the others followed behind and left like shooting stars. They sent Chu Yang off. Yang Ruolan, who had been smiling and looking very relaxed, finally cried when she couldn't see her son's figure anymore. She was worried about her son. She didn't know when he would return. "But now that we have met several times in our dreams, I only ask if Jiaer has returned." She suddenly jumped up and stood high in the sky. Looking at the disappearing figures in the distance, she covered her mouth and trembled all over. She restrained herself from crying out loud. "My child, you must take care of yourselves. If possible in the future, you must remember. Come back and see your mother." Chu Luer's parents also cried as they watched Chu Luer leave. However, they still tried their best to smile. Her daughter had finally grown up. He had finally gotten rid of his illness and had become one of the top experts in the world. What more could the couple ask for? Chu Failing held Yang Ruolin in his arms. The two of them looked in the direction of Chu Yang's departure and remained silent for a long time. Chu Yang and the others flew all the way. The entire journey was silent. The silence was frightening. The deep sorrow of parting made everyone's mood abnormally low. Their hearts were heavy, as if they couldn't breathe. As long as he could gain a foothold in Tianke, as long as he could break through the restrictions of the realm, the first thing he had to do was to come back and report his safety. At this moment, everyone had the same thought. "Tianji, where are your 2 concubines?" A day later. Only then did Chu Yang begin to question Imo Tianji. This question seemed to be asked out of concern, but in fact, there was some malicious intent in it. Imo Tianji had come over like this. Besides Imo Qingwu, he hadn't brought anyone else with him. This made Chu Yang somewhat curious. At the side, Tai Bu Tian, Xie Danfeng, and Chu Luer all perked up their ears to listen. Gossip had always been a woman's instinct. No matter what level, rank, or status a woman had, there was no exception. Mo Tianji smiled calmly and said, "Didn't I tell you before? They were all wrongdoers that I had done in the past. I had unintentionally killed good people, so I brought them with me and raised them. Now that I'm about to leave, I naturally have to make arrangements for their future homes. Otherwise, how can I leave with peace of mind?" Homes? Chu Yang couldn't help but frown. He also knew that the two girls beside Mo Tianji were his concubines in name, but in reality, it was absolutely impossible for them to be together with Mo Tianji. Both of them had their own problems, so it was impossible for them to be together. If they forced it, they would only torture each other. Yes, I asked my father to take them in as his goddaughters. Their existence has always been a secret. No outsiders know about it. Now, they only know that my father suddenly took in two goddaughters. That's all. If they meet a good man in the future, they can choose to marry him. My Mo clan will arrange dowries for them by marrying off our daughters. There's no difference. Mo Tianji sighed softly and said, "This is the only thing I can do." Chu Yang also sighed. Also, I took some time to go to Mother City a few days ago. Currently, it's being managed very well. As long as the basic principles are not changed, it will definitely continue to be peaceful and peaceful. Mo Tianji smiled with relief. Everyone chatted along the way as they rushed in the direction of Law Enforcement City. Law Enforcement City was the new headquarters of the law enforcement officers after the Order of the Heavens had been rebuilt. This was also the place where the brothers had agreed to gather. The dark clouds in the sky became thicker and thicker, and that special pressure of the heavens and earth became more and more real. In the sky, there were already flashes of lightning and roars of thunder. Chu Yang and the rest didn't seem to feel anything. They swept past the main road like a cloud of green smoke. Their speed was really too fast. Not to mention ordinary people, even the few people that they met occasionally couldn't distinguish them. The people of Jianghu were also unable to distinguish them. No one could clearly see their traces and traces. Feng Yu and the rest had already returned to Law Enforcement City to wait. In the other directions of the continent, Xie Danxiong was also rushing towards Law Enforcement City with his wife. Ao Xian was also rushing towards Law Enforcement City with his two wives. GMO and Huyan Albua were the funniest. Because Huyan Albua's current cultivation was far from being able to keep up with GMO's speed, GMO simply carried his wife on his back this time. The one on his back was skinny and small, while the one on his back was burly. This kind of situation really made one feel a little creepy. Luo Kadi and Rue Butong traveled together. These two weren't burdened by family matters and could be considered the most relaxed pair. Gu Duxing carried Gu Miaoling on his back, and the two of them transformed into a sharp sword light. They left behind dust along the way. Dong Wushang and Mo Layer, this pair of in-laws, were also on their way. When the two of them returned this time, they used heavy pills to treat the Black Devil's chronic illness. Mo Layer was greatly relieved and didn't have any more worries. She could set off with a certain someone with peace of mind. In a sense, this pair of in-laws was the most carefree pair. Compared to Chu Yang, Mo Tianji, Tan Tan, and the other brothers, they had a considerable advantage. At the highest point of Law Enforcement City, Wu Jueqing sat quietly. His clothes were as white as snow, and his expression was serene. The Moon Breeze couple was not far behind him. They waited quietly. After 3 months, Feng Yuro's lower abdomen was already slightly swollen, but it didn't affect her originally slim figure. Both husband and wife were beaming with joy. If not for the sadness of parting that filled the world and made them feel somewhat depressed, they might even be very happy right now. Another 3 days passed. Whoosh! A cold sword light cut through the air. A figure in black was standing at the highest point of Law Enforcement City, opposite Wu Jueqing. It was Gu Duxing. Beside him was a stunning beauty. It was Sister Xiao Miao, whom he hadn't seen in a long time, Gu Miaoling. The others aren't here yet? Gu Duxing was rather surprised. They should be here soon. Wu Jueqing smiled lightly, as if he didn't care at all. They were about to rush up the heavenly imperial court. After rushing up, there was a possibility that he would have the chance to see his long-lost brothers again. Although Wu Jueqing's expression looked as calm as ever, in fact, huge waves were already surging in his heart. He was extremely agitated. As they spoke, a majestic roar sounded at the foot of the mountain. Dong Wushang's majestic voice said, "Are the brothers all here?" Gu Duxing's eyes revealed a smile. He said, "You are the second." Dong Wushang and Mo Lei's clothes fluttered as they appeared in front of Gu Duxing together. Mo Lei's eyes were still slightly red. Obviously, she had cried many times these days. As they spoke, GMO and his wife had also arrived. Luo Kadi and Rue Butong arrived at the same time. A moment later, Ao Sheyan also arrived with his wife. Before they could say anything, Xie Danxiong had also arrived. In an instant, the highest peak of law enforcement city, Cloud Entering Peak, was completely bustling. Crying, right? Everyone joked around with each other. From the looks of it, it was just a bunch of naive youths joking around with each other. If an old man saw this, he might say, "These youths are all moldable talents." Who would have thought that these youths who looked to be in their prime, these moldable talents, any one of them was already standing at the pinnacle of the entire continent? They had even greatly surpassed the pinnacle of the continent, surpassing the pinnacle of the continent, even higher than the heavens. Another gust of wind blew. Mo Tianji, Mo Qingwu, and the rest also rushed over. Everyone finally gathered together again. Seeing the people who were going to accompany them up the heavenly imperial court, everyone already knew what was going on. Instantly, there was a burst of teasing. "Where's boss? Why don't I see him?" Gu Duxing and the rest asked together. "Boss Chu is still down there. He seemed to have sensed something special just now. He will come up in a moment." Mo Tianji chuckled. Looking at his expression, it should be a great thing this time. A great thing? Could it be that heaven and earth mystery yellow fruit again? If that thing is really rich, everyone's interest was instantly piqued, and they all started to discuss it. Especially GMO, who was even more whimsical. When this sentence came out, it attracted over 20 disdainful gazes. Huyan Albo was greatly embarrassed. She pinched Second Master Ji's waist with her fingers and twisted it twice. Second Master Ji's screams were like that of a chicken being slaughtered. It definitely wasn't the heaven and earth mystery yellow fruit. The only one last time was also obtained by Chu Yang with his life as a wager. He had wasted a lot of it before he could share it with everyone. It was really because that thing's effect was really too strong. Even now, everyone still didn't have the ability to digest it. Although the good thing this time wasn't about obtaining the heaven and earth mystery yellow fruit again, the good thing had a lot to do with it. Chapter 17:12. As soon as Chu Yang arrived at the law enforcement city, he sensed something unusual. It was not because of the power of heaven and earth, but because of the abnormality in his own tribulation space. As he passed by a certain palace, Chu Yang suddenly felt that the tribulation space was in chaos. The sword spirit exclaimed, "Stop! Stop!" Chu Yang was shocked and immediately stopped. The sword spirit said, "Stop quickly. The great miracle medicine is rebelling." Chu Yang was confused. The great miracle medicine is rebelling? What is this? How can it be? How can it be? There should be the last one of the great miracle medicine here. It can't be wrong. The sword spirit's voice was full of ecstasy. Chu Yang was also overjoyed. He had gone through so much trouble to get 8 kinds of the great miracle medicine. Could it be that he was going to get the last one now? He hurriedly explained a few things to Mo Tianji and the others. Mo Tianji and the others understood and went up first. Only Chu Yang was left here alone. The next moment, Chu Yang entered the tribulation space. As soon as he entered, he was immediately shocked by the scene in front of him. The great miracle medicines that he had originally obtained were basically discovered when he obtained the Calamity Sword. However, some of them weren't like that. In short, ever since Chu Yang obtained the great miracle medicines, other than having the special effect of rapid weight matching pills, they didn't show any other special effects. They also didn't show any special characteristics of the so-called miracle medicines. However, the commotion this time was very different from the past. In the sky above the tribulation space, there were streams of light flying back and forth. An icy aura swept past Chu Yang at high speed. It was the mysterious ice jade paste. It was emitting a cold white fog all over, swaying in the sky like a comet. After the icy aura, there was another hot aura. The two auras seemed to be in some kind of life and death battle. Chu Yang saw it clearly. This red light is the mysterious yang jade essence. Immediately, two rays of light intertwined with each other. Wind and thunder shook. It was the heavenly jade ointment. Chu Yang clearly remembered that the heavenly jade ointment only needed one more step to reach the so-called heavenly heart of wind and thunder. There was also a green plant-like object flickering with the brilliance of life, swaying as it passed by. It was the profound jade ginseng crystal, which he had obtained from the City of Elves. After being nurtured by the tribulation space and being stimulated by the magical heaven-earth arcane yellow fruit, the profound jade ginseng crystal had completely taken shape. It might not be as good as the other elixirs that had been stimulated, but it could be used normally. Its effect was far better than Diwu Qing Ro's mysterious jade ginseng. One was old enough, while the other was not old enough and was even less mature. Naturally, they could not be mentioned in the same breath. In addition, there was also a pure and clean aura, and an evil and illusory aura intertwined as they flew past. They were the other two great miracle medicines. They were also natural enemies, the ethereal heaven crystal and the evil illusionary jade crystal. In the middle of the tribulation space, there was only a ray of energy that was as black as the night, standing proudly, flickering with an extremely dangerous aura. None of the other 7 spiritual herbs dared to approach it. Chu Yang carefully identified it. It was the heavenly poison jade crystal that represented the nemesis of all poisons in the world, as well as the #1 poison in history. What's going on? What's going on? Chu Yang opened his mouth wide, unable to close it. Originally, these elixirs also had some slight mobility. But where would they be able to move so quickly? Not to mention flying around in the tribulation space on their own. Moreover, there was also a sense of joy, or perhaps anticipation. This seemed too abnormal. Whose palace is this? Chu Yang only felt a little agitated. He hurriedly came out of the tribulation space, grabbed a law enforcement officer beside him and asked, it's the tribulation sword master. This law enforcement officer was a few hundred feet away. He was grabbed by Chu Yang's hand out of thin air. He was shocked by this amazing strength and realized that the one who grabbed him was actually the tribulation sword master. It took him a while to regain his senses. He said, "This is the palace where the Dharma Supreme lived when he was still around. Now, it's empty and no one lives here." "Yes, that's right. Bring me in to take a look," Chu Yang said immediately. Yu Lingshue's voice came from above. "Swordmaster, please make yourself at home." "Okay," Chu Yang said loudly. "Thank you. You're welcome." Yu Lingxue didn't say anything else. Chu Yang entered in a flash. After he slapped the door of the palace, it turned into a big hole without a sound. Inside the palace, there was a big hall as far as the eye could see. Contrary to Chu Yang's expectations, this place was empty. It seemed that there was nothing inside. There was only a futon made of purple crystal in the middle of the hall. Obviously, when the Dharma Supreme was still around, he would sit on this futon and practice his martial arts in this palace. Other than that, there wasn't even a table, a chair, or a bed in the entire space. It was so simple yet so grand. Chu Yang stood solemnly for a moment, paying his last respects to the Dharma Supreme who had already passed away. No matter what this person did in the end, no matter what happened, he could completely abandon all the pleasures of the mortal world. He was clearly at the peak of the world and held the supreme power of the world, but he could still restrain himself and continue to live like an ascetic monk. This was indeed worthy of respect. He slowly walked to the front of the purple crystal futon, his eyes shining. He felt it. Ever since he came here, the 8 elixirs in the tribulation space became more active. Now that he was in front of the futon, the reaction was more intense. This meant the target should be down there. Chu Yang reached out and lifted the entire purple crystal futon, revealing the ground below. At first glance, it looked no different from other places. Even the color was the same. Chu Yang thought for a moment. Then, the tribulation sword suddenly appeared, and he stabbed it down. In just a moment, the hall was already full of square stones, each weighing tens of thousands of kilograms. And in the center of the room, there was a big hole. Chu Yang continued to dig downwards. Chu Yang suddenly felt a vast and mighty aura coming towards him after the time it took to drink a cup of tea. That aura made him feel as if he was facing the endless majesty of the vast sky. In the tribulation space, the 8 elixirs that were previously agitated all quietened down. Chu Yang slowly lifted the last layer of stone. What was revealed in front of him was a stone that was as clear as jade. Further down, it was all this kind of jade. This is Xian Tian divine jade. Even the previous masters of the tribulation sword didn't have the chance to get it. It has never appeared in the double heavens continent. The sword spirit floated out of the tribulation space excitedly and said, "Hurry up, keep digging. Try to dig out all the Xian Tian divine jade. This kind of thing is very rare in the double heavens imperial court. It's a very good thing." Chu Yang was shocked. The tribulation sword also seemed to be energized. It dug crazily again and threw more than 10 pieces of Xian Tian divine jade into the tribulation space. And under the surface of the Xian Tian divine jade, there was a layer that was a little moist. Some soft cotton-like jade appeared. There's even the heart of the Xian Tian divine jade. The sword spirit's voice was trembling. That is to say, there may be more Xian Tian divine essence below. God is really looking after you. The tribulation sword continued to dig, but it only dug out the heart of the Xian Tian divine jade. Chu Yang was a little disappointed. Why is there so little? What's the use of this? The sword spirit looked at the tribulation sword master as if he was looking at a monster. What did you say? That's all? How much more do you want? You're just a country bumpkin who doesn't know anything. Do you think that precious jade is cabbage? Even Master definitely doesn't have such a big heart of the Xian Tian divine jade. Master doesn't even have 1/10 of this. That's already a treasure. Now, you've got so much at once. It's 10 times more than what Master has. You still dare to complain that it's too little? Don't make me laugh. This thing is actually so precious. Chu Yang grinned and threw the heart of the Xian Tian divine jade into the tribulation space. And below the heart of the Xian Tian divine jade was what appeared in front of Chu Yang. It was a small piece of jade the size of a palm. This small piece of jade, in terms of appearance, was very similar to the Xian Tian divine jade. It was very similar to the mysterious ice jade ointment, which was also a kind of semi-liquid substance. It seemed to be changing shape every moment. It was as if there were no changes at all. It only had one shape. It was extremely magical. The moment he saw the sun, the whole piece of jade suddenly flew into the air and slowly rotated around Chu Yang's right hand. As it rotated slowly, it flashed with sparkling and translucent colors. It seemed that there were thousands of stars in it. It had its own sun, moon, and stars. It was as if it had formed a world of its own. An unprecedented mighty power suddenly filled the entire space. Chu Yang suddenly felt that his heaven-splitting divine technique, under the influence of this vast power, had actually doubled the speed, or even more. This is really good stuff. Chu Yang looked at the newly obtained Xian Tian divine jade lovingly. In the tribulation space, the 8 great herbal medicines, which had already quieted down, started to vibrate again. The light emitted by the Xian Tian divine jade became more and more rapid, as if it was anxiously urging something. Chu Yang turned his hand, and the Xian Tian divine jade entered the tribulation space. The next moment, boom! The moment the Xian Tian divine jade entered the tribulation space, it suddenly emitted a strange light. It was as magnificent as the sun, illuminating the entire tribulation space. There was no place that was not illuminated. Then, the magnificent light flashed and disappeared. It transformed from a bright sun into an extra-large luminous pearl. It stopped in the sky above the tribulation space, constantly emitting a soft light. And the other 8 great herbal medicines also underwent very strange changes at the same time. Recommend a good book. Treasure Mirror by the Eye-Catching God. This book is really good. Everyone, go take a look and collect it. The eye-catching god will definitely not disappoint everyone. His genius physiognomist created a legend. This treasure mirror is even better than his predecessor. Chapter 17:13. The Mysterious Ice Jade Ointment, Mysterious Yang Jade Essence, Mysterious Jade Ginseng Crystal, Evil Illusion Jade Crystal, Heavenly Poison Jade Crystal, and Wind and Thunder Jade Ointment floated up at the same time, forming a small circle around the mysterious Heaven Divine Marrow. They were all floating in the air, motionless. It would be wrong to say that they were completely motionless. The 8 great herbal medicines, or rather, the 8 great spiritual jades, spontaneously emitted a kind of sparkling light, which gathered towards the mysterious Heaven Divine Marrow. The extremely pure energy was gradually absorbed by the mysterious Heaven Divine Marrow, and the light emitted by the mysterious Heaven Divine Marrow also transformed into the purest energy in the world, slowly and continuously feeding back to the 8 great herbal medicines. The great herbal medicines circulated in the air in the form of an endless cycle of energy, forming a mysterious circulation circle of its own. At this moment, the tribulation space suddenly became very beautiful. In the next moment, after the great change brought about by the heaven and earth arcane yellow fruit, another great change occurred in the tribulation space. It could be said that the sea had turned into mulberry fields. Chu Yang could even clearly feel that the change in the tribulation space was even greater than that of the heaven-earth mystery yellow fruit. At this moment, the tribulation space suddenly expanded to the surroundings by 10 times. At least 10 times. 10 times was already the most conservative estimate. It could be 20 times, or even more. At this moment, the tribulation space was no longer suitable to be described as a space. It had transformed into a small world, a world that one could not see the end of at a glance. The energy emitted by the great herbal medicines was extremely pure, and while circulating with each other, it was also constantly improving the quality of the spiritual energy in the tribulation space. Chu Yang took a deep breath in the tribulation space and only felt comfortable all over. There was only one word that could describe this feeling in his heart. I really didn't expect that the great herbal medicines would be gathered together one day. From now on, Lord Swordmaster can cultivate at least 5 times faster in the tribulation space. The sword's spirit sighed with relief, and this is just the beginning. When all the great herbal medicines condense into one, Lord Sword Master's cultivation progress in the tribulation space will be even greater. I'm afraid even Lord St. Lord can't imagine. There's such a thing? It's already very good. It's unexpectedly good. Chu Yang was extremely excited. Ever since Chu Yang had obtained the great miracle medicine, he had only used it to concoct heavy pills. It was as if the great miracle medicine was useless. It had never shown any miraculous effects. On the contrary, it was those things that accompanied the big wonder medicine that helped him a lot. The big wonder medicine itself seemed to have only one function: to save the dying, heal the injured, and to dispense medicine. Chu Yang had never understood how powerful this so-called great miracle medicine was. That was why he had such a transcendent status, because he looked so ordinary. Only now did he realize that the effects of this miraculous medicine were truly extraordinary. Furthermore, this was only the beginning. Actually, I have a very subtle feeling when I see this great miracle medicine like this. Chu Yang looked at the empty great miracle medicine. He said thoughtfully, "It's as if they were originally one." The sword spirit smiled. "I am afraid that no one can answer this question. I only know that according to the old legends, this great miracle medicine can display an extremely powerful energy once it is gathered. Moreover, it also contains a super big secret. As for the big secret, it is God. No matter who was capable, if he was lucky enough, he would be able to gather all the great herbs. He would be able to successfully walk towards God and become the existence closest to God. Even becoming a deity. Becoming a deity? Chu Yang's countenance changed. What was God? Chu Yang didn't know. No one knew either. But Chu Yang only knew that even Shui Lei Han of the heavenly imperial court might not be able to be called God. Now, The cooperation between the great miracle medicine has only just begun. Lord Swordmaster, you will definitely receive more surprises in the future. Looking forward to it? The sword spirit said happily. Of course I am looking forward to it. Chu Yang laughed. Now that the mysterious heaven divine essence had been settled, Chu Yang wanted to go out. After all, there was already a huge commotion over there. Perhaps there were already envoys taking action. Lord Sword Master. The sword spirit hesitated. What is it? Don't hesitate. Speak. Chu Yang was a little confused. The sword spirit rarely hesitated like this. What was going on? When we go to the heavenly imperial court this time, Lord Sword Master's tribulation space can be said to be a carrier in terms of its function. The family members of those brothers all need to stay here before they can go up together. The sword spirit said with some difficulty, but this space is the biggest secret that must not be known to outsiders. Especially this elixir garden, this purple crystal vault, and the great miracle medicine in front of us. These are the top and most dreamy legendary items in the world. Even in the heavenly imperial court, it is still so. Sword Spirit hadn't finished speaking yet, but Chu Yang had already understood. I know what you want to say. I also know the seriousness of this matter. This has nothing to do with whether I believe them or not. The key point is this matter involves too many things, right? Chu Yang's words were still very vague. He was more or less unwilling to talk about this topic. The sword spirit smiled. Yes, that's right. Once they know about it, they may intentionally or unintentionally tell others. They may not even need to reveal it because there is a great chance that they will be contaminated with the smell of the great miracle medicine. Then, they are destined to be noticed by some people in the heavenly imperial court. You have just gone up, and you are far from enough to protect them. In that case, the consequences will be unimaginable. Indeed, if that happened, the result was destined to be a tragedy. It was needless to say. Then tell me, what should I do about this matter? Chu Yang frowned and asked. If they didn't go to the tribulation space, where should they go? This matter is easy to deal with. I can open up a separate space in the tribulation space and let them stay there. The spiritual energy there is not lacking. In fact, it is much stronger than the outside world. Whether it is for cultivation or other things, it is absolutely suitable. As long as they don't come out, they naturally won't be contaminated with anything that they shouldn't be contaminated with. At the same time, they definitely won't know what else is in this space. The sword spirit looked at Chu Yang very carefully. He was really not sure whether Chu Yang would agree or not. He knew that Chu Yang valued friendship very much. He had also personally experienced it. If the matter was really serious, he might not have made it clear at this moment. Okay, let's do it. Chu Yang agreed at once. Yes, I will do it right away. Ah, you have agreed. Do you agree? The sword spirit agreed immediately, but immediately exposed his previous worries. What you said makes a lot of sense. You have considered everything thoroughly. Why wouldn't I agree? Brotherhood is more important than life and death. But if it only involves some trivial matters, such as the life and death of one's family, it is not impossible. What's more, if it is something that needs to be considered as a matter of course, how can I be someone who doesn't know the importance and act blindly? Chu Yang replied with a smile. In fact, Chu Yang had considered more long-term than the sword spirit. His brothers and sisters had all sneaked into the heavenly imperial court from the tribulation space. They had great trust in each other. However, the burden on Chu Yang's shoulders was very heavy. It was a heavy burden that he could not afford to make even the slightest mistake. How could Chu Yang let them know about those secrets that could lead to trouble? He would rather hide it and let himself be deceived for a while. Chu Yang would never allow any accidents to happen to them. Seeing that Chu Yang really agreed, the sword spirit immediately got to work. While Chu Yang was walking out to meet up with Gu Duxing and the others, the sword spirit had already finished the transformation in the tribulation space. A separate and independent space was isolated from the rest of the world. The spiritual energy in this space was unusually dense, except for the absence of the aura of the great miracle medicine. It was full of spiritual energy. It was definitely more than 10 times denser than the place with the densest spiritual energy in the heavenly imperial court. And there were many rooms inside, with beds and other daily necessities. Even a kitchen was prepared. This was completely the appearance of a complete home. No matter who came here, they could live without worrying about food and clothing for a lifetime. Of course, the premise was that they could bear the loneliness. Of course, with 5 people inside, how could they not bear the loneliness? Chu Yang was very satisfied with this. Although it was impossible to let Gu Miaoling and the others stay in the tribulation space for a long time, Chu Yang still prepared everything to the fullest extent. Along the way, he could clearly feel the changes in the tribulation space, especially the huge changes after the great miracle medicine was gathered. Chu Yang only felt extremely excited. He knew that he had really hit the jackpot this time. Regardless of whether what the sword spirit said before about his trash physique was true or not, with this change now, Chu Yang had absolute confidence that even in the heavenly imperial court, he could definitely compete with any so-called genius and not be at a disadvantage. Because even if he had such a trash physique that it was difficult to advance, the environment created by his tribulation space and the great miracle medicine could at least increase his cultivation speed by 5 times. Coupled with Chu Yang's own efforts and the best cultivation technique, the heaven-splitting divine technique, Chu Yang was absolutely sure that his cultivation speed was more than 10 times that of others. Even if it was the trash physique, so what? It was up to man to conquer the world. However, it's just that I'm improving quickly. It's not something to be proud of or happy about. Is there any way to let Gu Duxing and the others improve like this? Chu Yang asked. Lord Swordmaster, this unforeseen event is an opportunity for you. As for the others, they will also have their own encounters. There are some things that you can't do all by yourself. If you meddle in everything, you will only harm them. Moreover, there's an old saying in the heavenly imperial court, if you raise the rice, you'll be grateful, but if you raise the rice, you'll be hated. This is very true. The sword spirit warned solemnly. Yes, I'll remember. Chu Yang's heart trembled. Dear friends, the St. Hall game is starting. Please help out. After reading the book, relax and play St. Hall with the Guru. The online game, St. Hall, which is adapted from the Skeleton Fairy novel, is officially starting its beta test today. There are beautiful girls in the game to accompany me to play, chat, kill monsters, and level up. I'm having a great time. Chapter 17:14. Regardless of whether you are a friend or a brother, you can't blindly give without receiving anything in return. If that's the case, and everyone is used to your giving, that's... The sword spirit smiled slightly and ended this sentence. Chu Yang's eyes focused, and he was deep in thought. After a long while, he nodded lightly. Oh, by the way, if they are contaminated with the energy of the great miracle medicine in the tribulation space, it will be discovered by someone. What about me? Chu Yang asked doubtfully. Chu Yang said, won't others discover me? I need to use that energy to cultivate. Won't I be discovered even more easily? There is a decisive difference between the two. You have the tribulation sword and can perfectly hide this aura. No one will be able to detect it. That's what it is. The sword spirit smiled rather relaxedly. I see. Chu Yang said, while there's still time, let's quickly use this evolved wonder medicine to refine some heavy pills. The more the better. Chu Yang said, after we go up, it's probably inevitable that we will split up. With more elixirs by our side, our brothers will also have more means to protect their lives. It will make me less worried. The sword spirit sighed somewhat reluctantly, but he still obeyed the order. Right now, the great miracle medicine was in an endless cycle, and it could be said that there was an inexhaustible supply. Thus, the sword spirit could only be stingy and long-winded in the past. Besides, the sword spirit also knew how much Chu Yang valued his brothers. If Chu Yang couldn't feel at ease, or if Chu Yang refused to refine heavy pills for his brothers, Chu Yang would definitely fly into a rage. Even if Chu Yang banished Chu Yang, it wouldn't be strange at all. the sword spirit only clicked his tongue in pity. It was both a good and bad thing to be greedy for a master who valued friendship too much. This time, a large batch of elixirs in the elixir gardens would be lost again. Seeing that Chu Yang had finally come up, everyone smiled in relief. Elders Feng and you, I'm very sorry for digging a big hole in the law enforcement city. Chu Yang said frankly, I just arrived here. I accidentally discovered one of the great miracle medicine. I took it without permission. Please forgive me. The Moon Breeze couple laughed at the same time and said, Forgive me? Whatever you get your hands on is yours. That is your chance. The secret that the law enforcement city had been unable to uncover for many years was finally revealed today. It turned out that the miraculous medicine was supporting the spiritual vein here. It has lasted for a full 10,000 years. But now that the Dharma Supreme is gone, the heavenly layer is too far below the standard of a martial artist. There is no more use in keeping that spirit vein. Besides, if you didn't discover it, it would only be letting such a divine item continue to be covered in dust. Wouldn't that be a waste of God's gift? Chu Yang smiled and said, You're not exaggerating. The spirit vein can still be used. I left some things inside to ensure that the spirit vein won't be damaged. In addition, I also have a small gift for the virtuous couple. It may not be enough to make up for the loss of the law enforcement city. This is just my sincerity. Please don't refuse. The Moon Breeze couple still wanted to refuse, but they saw Chu Yang stretch out his palm. In the palm of his hand, there was a half-ean object shrouded in a hazy glow. He passed it over to Feng Yuro. Just by smelling this aura, Feng Yuro felt comfortable all over. The pregnancy symptoms caused by her pregnancy seemed to have all disappeared in an instant. At the same time, Chu Yang's voice sounded in the Moon Breeze couple's ears. This is the new energy derived from the fusion of the miraculous medicine. I have extracted a part of it. With this, I believe that the baby in your womb will have excellent aptitude and will be immune to all diseases. Moreover, after he slowly refines all of it, I believe that there will be no more bottlenecks in his path of cultivation and he will have a smooth journey ahead. The Moon Breeze couple was greatly shocked when they heard that. From their point of view, it was no big deal for Chu Yang to take away the item that was originally in the Dharma Supreme's room. In fact, even if Chu Yang didn't take it away, that room would definitely not be used by anyone else. It was equivalent to a useless item. But after Chu Yang took it away, not only did he openly admit that he had taken it away, he even gave them such a valuable gift in return. If it had been any other gift, it would have been fine. But this gift was something that the Moon Breeze couple couldn't reject at all. How could they reject the child's future? How could they reject it? Excellent aptitude. No bottlenecks in life. As top-notch martial arts experts, how could the Moon Breeze couple not understand the weight of these two sentences? Chu Yang had considered all the thoughts and concerns of these two people before he decided to give this gift. Then, thank you very much. Feng Yuro was extremely agitated. To her, she had finally gotten pregnant after more than 10,000 years of waiting. The child was more important than anything else. To Feng Yuro, this gift of Chu Yang's was undoubtedly more precious and important than any other gift. Yes, Elder can actually take it now and slowly nourish the child from now on. Not only will all the negative reactions during the pregnancy disappear, but it will also make the child healthier and make him a peerless genius from the moment he is born. Chu Yang smiled and said, Of course, elders should be very familiar with how to control the energy. Of course, Feng Yuro said excitedly. At this moment, her gratitude toward Chu Yang was really at its peak. Oh right, your child's name is Meiyu. At the side, Wu Jueqing asked casually. Feng Yuro took the magical crystal that contained the essence of the rare herbs and controlled it extremely carefully, not letting any of it leak out. She secretly made up her mind to leave the complete gift for the child. Hearing Wu Jueqing's question, Yu Lingxue looked at his wife lovingly and said, I'm still thinking about it. Right now, I'm just thinking that if it's a boy, he'll be called Yu Xingqian. His nickname will be Xingqian. If it's a girl, we'll hope that she'll grow up happily. Likes butterflies, so if it's a girl, she'll be called Yu Xiaodai. How about that? Like a happy little butterfly. Her. The name is not bad. Wu Jueqing took advantage of his seniority and said, her nickname will be Dyer? Yes. Feng Euro smiled gently. Her hands were always in front of ZJ's lower abdomen. Very good, very good. Chu Yang said jokingly, if it's a boy, he'll be sworn brothers with that troublemaker of mine. If it's a girl, she'll be my little wife. I've calculated that if it's really a girl in the whole heavens, only my little one is worthy of her. You're really good at scheming, and you're shameless and shameless. Emo Tianji snorted and said, you've just given out something good and you're thinking of taking it back to your family. You even have to take back a daughter-in-law. Why don't you say she'll be my daughter-in-law? If your little one is worthy, am I not worthy if I have a child? Chu Yang snorted and said with a sideways glance, by the time you give birth, it'll be too late. Can you be like me? Also, who do you think can compete with me on that side? Mo Tianji was flabbergasted. He was left speechless. Yu Lingshua laughed and said, good idea. It's settled then. If it's a boy, the two of them will be sworn brothers. If it's a girl, we'll be in-laws. It's also a good thing to be in-laws with the Tribulation Sword Master. Feng Euro also smiled and nodded. Everyone talked as if this matter was set in stone. The discussion was in full swing. In the end, they burst out laughing together. Now, we don't even know whether the child is a boy or a girl. It seems that these parents are a little too enthusiastic, but in that way, Boss's seniority will rise a lot. GMO shook his head and said, this is a good idea. With a good in-law, your status will rise to 10,000 years ago, and you'll become an ancestor. This is really a good deal. I'll do it in the future too. With such a good deal, I won't mind making 10 pieces a day. Everyone burst into laughter. GMO was still the same. He didn't think too much about it. Huyan Albua stretched out her hand and pinched GMO. You still want to make 10 pieces a day? Do you think I'm a prostitute? GMO bared his teeth and begged for mercy. Everyone laughed even harder. Happy times always passed quickly. Mo Tianji seemed to have thought of something. He said, let's gather together first. There are some things that need to be explained first. About something? So serious? Everyone asked together. It's about the shattering of the void. Mo Tianji's voice was very heavy. He said, I've thought about it carefully just now. There are a few people that boss needs to bring along, including Ao Sheyun's 2 wives, Xiedanqiong's sister-in-law, Misty. There's also Jimo's wife, Albua, Duxing's sister-in-law, Sister Xiaomiao, Tantan's sister, Danfeng. Is there anyone else? Everyone looked at each other and said, thank you. Mo Tianji said, in this way, there are 7 people. He turned and asked Chu Yang, boss, is there a problem on your side? There's definitely a problem. Chu Yang patted his chest and said, brothers, don't worry. I won't let any harm come to your sisters-in-law with me. Ao Sheyun, Xiedanqiong, Gu Duxing, and GMO bowed together. We'll leave everything to you, boss. Mo Tianji raised his hand and gestured for everyone to keep quiet. He said, after we go up, there's a great chance that we'll be scattered all over the place. In the future, we might not have the chance to bring our families back. In this period of time, we'll have to trouble you, boss. Chapter 17:15. The other thing, the most important thing is, Mo Tianji's voice suddenly became serious and solemn. Our only mission this time is to fight against the heavenly demons and exterminate the heavenly demons. However, before our strength reaches a certain level, we won't be able to achieve anything. Therefore, increasing our strength is always our top priority. Secondly, power. If we really want to fight against the heavenly demons, we can't rely on just the few of us. Therefore, whether we are together or not, each of us has to develop our own power. Mo Tianji stared at his brothers and said in a deep voice, I don't care what method you use. In short, when we meet again in the Heaven Imperial Palace, I want our power to be able to make the Heaven Imperial Palace tremble. This is a huge challenge and an extremely harsh request. Mo Tianji said seriously, especially GMO and Luo Ku Di. The two of you have to be especially careful. You have to bear the responsibility that you should bear. Yes, GMO and Luoku D replied solemnly. They knew that this might be the last time that they would accept Emo Tianji's arrangement for a long time. I don't know if we will definitely separate this time. However, I sincerely hope that we will separate from each other and do our own things. Each of us has our own business, and each of us has our own power. Chu Yang's voice was somewhat gloomy as he said, "Perhaps you haven't realized it yet, but some of the relationships between us brothers have already changed a little. You are becoming more and more obedient to me. You are even following me blindly. This is not good. If this goes on for a long time, perhaps you will all become my subordinates. We will form a strict subordinate relationship. However, that kind of change is something that I abhor. It is the most impossible and unwilling to accept. There are many subordinates in this world. However, there are very few brothers who can be recognized." Chu Yang took a deep breath and said, "I hope that each of us can become the ruler of the Heaven Imperial Palace. Each of us can become an overlord in the Heaven Imperial Palace. Even if we are not together, each of us can still laugh proudly in the sky and command the wind and clouds." "Yes, big brother." Gu Duxing and the other's eyes shone. He stared at Chu Yang. Chu Yang's words might not sound pleasant, but they were the true embodiment of his inner feelings. They were also his most sincere blessings to his brothers. "An elder Wu Yu." Chu Yang turned to look at Wu Jueqing. Wu Jueqing also turned to look. "I know that Senior Wu wants to find his brother. We understand this feeling very well. But this junior still wants to give Senior Wu a word of advice." Chu Yang pondered for a moment. Then, he said, "Don't be too hasty. Senior Wu's brothers have already charged forward for a long time. His current strength has probably risen to a height that we can't even imagine." The Heavenly Devil battlefield, on the other hand, had never stopped fighting. It was a continuous battle, any battle there. Even if it's just the aftermath of the battle, I'm afraid it's not something we can withstand with our current cultivation. Wu Jueqing's expression was rather downcast. He said, "I understand. The purpose of my trip this time is to reunite with my brothers. Fighting side by side with them is definitely not a burden to the brothers. I will work hard to increase my own strength before going. I definitely cannot let the brothers just see me. Then, they will have to bear the pain of sending me off." Chu Yang heaved a long sigh of relief. He said, "I'm really relieved that Senior can think this way. Other than that, it's Qingwu, Lu and Lei the three girls." Chu Yang said, "Things may not turn out as we wish. After charging up, we may not necessarily be in the same area. The three of you are the ones I'm most worried about." Emo Qingwu said softly, "Don't worry. As long as I go up to the Heavenly Imperial Court, I will completely hide myself and not easily reveal myself in front of others. I will do my best to increase my strength and then slowly look for you." "Me too." Chu Le waved her little fist and said provocatively, "Emo Qingwu, I'll compete with you. Let's see who can find my big brother first." "All right, let's compete." Emo Qingwu's eyes lit up. The loser has to promise the winner one thing, anything. Chu Lu rolled her eyes. "It's a deal." Two fair little hands clapped together. They really did it as if there was no one else around, especially the one who was the wager and was in a state of shock. Emole smiled calmly and looked at Dong Wushang affectionately. She said, "I will also try my best to find Wushang and meet up with him. If I can't find him in a short period of time, then I will increase my strength first and then establish my own Black Devil organization in the Heavenly Imperial Court." "That's great." Emo Tianji and Chu Yang clapped and laughed at the same time. Among all the girls, the one who was the least worrisome was Emo Layer. As the successor of the Black Devils and the current generation of Black Devils, there was no doubt that she could make people feel at ease wherever she went. She would definitely not have any safety concerns. "Other than that, there's another request, which is," Emo Tianji said seriously, "I don't care what methods you use to develop, but there's one thing you have to remember. Although we have to be in control, we can't be under anyone or any force. Just like what Big Brother said, if we want to do it, we must be the highest in control, the overlord of a region. We can't allow anyone to restrict us, and we can't depend on anyone. Yes. At this point, everything had been arranged properly. Imo Qingwu walked over lightly and stood in front of Tai Butian. Tai Butian couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She knew that this beautiful girl in front of her was Chu Yang's true lover. She was also the one that Chu Yang had always placed in the deepest part of his heart, the most precious one. Although she had already had a physical relationship with Chu Yang and had even given birth to a child, in terms of weight in Chu Yang's heart, she really couldn't compare to this girl in front of her. This girl's attitude towards her was undoubtedly decisive. Therefore, when she saw that Imo Qingwu was obviously walking over with her as her target, even though Tai Butian was a talented and bold monarch, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous and uneasy. Sister Butian. Imo Qingwu walked up to Tai Butian and called out affectionately. Then, she held onto her arm. Her movements were natural and coordinated, and her expression was even more affectionate. For a moment, Tai Butian actually had a subtle feeling of being flattered. She didn't know that the biggest love rival in her life didn't resent her at all. Instead, she was so affectionate towards her. Of course, she didn't know that all the work had been done for her by that darling of hers. Sister Qingwu. Tai Butian hurriedly smiled. Yes, in the future, after we go to the imperial court, if I'm not by Chu Yang's side, I'll have to trouble sister to take care of him, Imo Qingwu said somewhat sadly. He's a rough person and doesn't think much. He doesn't wash his feet every night. You must remember to remind him. Tai Butian couldn't help but laugh. Sister Qingwu, don't worry. I'll take good care of your brother Chu Yang. I'll wait for you to come back and reunite with us soon. Sister Qingwu is so magnanimous. Butian also hopes that we can be together soon and be good sisters for life. Yes, good sisters for life. Imo Qingwu happily held her hand. Her eyes were a little red as she said, Sister, the most important thing is to take good care of this playboy. This person is really too worrisome. The two girls whispered to each other at the side. Chu Yang perked up his ears and listened. His anxious heart slowly calmed down. Yes, this world is finally at peace. At this moment, a series of crackling sounds were heard. Suddenly, countless lightning bolts appeared in the sky, moving around the entire firmament. An extremely heavy pressure slowly pressed down from the sky. Everyone had a subtle feeling of wanting to kneel down and worship him. This was the purest power of heaven and earth. The dark clouds in the sky pressed down violently. In the sky, a voice that could shake heaven and earth said, Heavenly Imperial Palace's guide. Who is the one who's broken? The guide who broke through the void had finally arrived. The brothers looked at each other and stood up at the same time. They faced the firmament. Above the clouds in the sky, golden-armored giants were standing on top of the clouds, looking down with dignified expressions. But there was a strong suspicion in everyone's heart. They heard that there was only one guide at a time. Why were there so many this time? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, there were exactly 14 of them. Could it be that each person was responsible for one? What was going on? Moreover, although these guys looked extremely majestic, why was there a faint sense of nervousness in their eyes? It seemed that they were more nervous than us who were being guided. What were they nervous about? Well, maybe it shouldn't be said that they were nervous. They were actually a little scared. Why? What was going on? Chu Yang waved his hand. Amidst a series of take care and parting gazes, Gu Miaoling, Huyin Albua, Tai Butian, and the others were already taken into the tribulation space. Then, Chu Yang raised his head and said calmly, Thank you for your trouble. As soon as Chu Yang spoke, the solemn faces of the guides disappeared. They laughed dryly in unison. We don't dare. We don't dare. This is what we should do. We don't dare to say that we've troubled you. Everyone thought in unison. It seemed that this was the case. Chapter 17:16. He tried his best to imagine 14 people who were supposed to be godlike existences in this heavenly continent. riding the sky, traversing Golden Bridge, standing high above the colorful clouds, looking down at the world, but suddenly smiling dryly at the people below. What would you think if you saw such a scene? Regardless of what others would think, Moonbreeze and the rest shuddered when they saw such a scene. Stupefied, dumbfounded, and disheveled, it was not a problem. Damn it, the number of envoys they had seen was pitifully few. Now that they finally had the chance to meet one today, they were prepared to admire the expert's demeanor. In the end, they saw a group of experts who were supposed to be high and mighty suddenly revealing a somewhat fawning, strange expression like that of lapdogs. This was really too damaging to their image. Although Chu Young muttered in his heart, he still asked calmly, "May I ask, envoys, since so many people have come at once, do you want to disperse us to different parts of the heavenly imperial palace?" The leading envoy said, "Your guess is right. This is the rule of the heavenly imperial palace. Those who break through the void together in the same place are not allowed to enter the same area. We are also doing things according to the rules. We really don't dare to go against it." That envoy muttered in his heart, "It must be because this young one is clearly clear about the rules of the heavenly imperial palace. What does he mean by asking this? Is he hinting that we should arrange everything for them?" This was not easy to handle. If it was just one or two people, it would be fine, but with such a large group of people, it was impossible to arrange them all in the same area, not to mention the Lord's orders. But if they rejected him directly, they would probably offend this young one. What should they do? There was no way out. This was going to be fatal. Chu Young made an "oh" sound and put his hands behind his back. With a graceful bearing, he said lightly, "How is the Lord?" What kind of exquisite heart did Chu Young have? He was really someone who knew the beginning and the end, and could completely deduce the general situation with just a little observation. Were the envoys of the heavenly imperial palace lapdogs? Obviously not. And were these lapdogs in front of him the envoys of the heavenly imperial palace? Definitely. Why were they so wary of him? Even if Chu Young used his but to think, he could guess it. This was definitely related to Shuelehan. Who was Shuelehan? Dong Huang. With such a good opportunity, how could Chu Young not use the tiger's skin as a banner to intimidate others? Hearing this, the 14 envoys shuddered in unison in the air. As expected, this little one is here. The leader was still calculating in his heart. When Pui heard the words Jun Shang, he subconsciously stood at attention, puffing out his chest and saying, "Thanks to Jun Shang's good health." His expression and tone became even more respectful.
Yes.
Chu Young nodded his head gracefully. "May I ask how many regions are there in the Imperial Palace?" The leading emissary said, "There are a total of 10 territories, but the outermost one has been blocked, so there is only one left." With his hands behind his back, Chu Young paced 2 steps and scolded, "Motherfucker, that purple cloud heavens hasn't recovered yet?" The 14 emissaries shuddered in unison. Damn, could it be that this person was actually a nationalistic youth from back then? How arrogant. This vile tone, this dissatisfaction, was simply, yes, the Sky Fiend is rampant, but now, the war in purple cloud heaven is endless, and the heaven imperial court is still stable. We are of lowly status, so we really don't know. The leading emissary was already nodding his head and bowing. His head also seemed to be about to break out in sweat. Motherfucker, to actually meet such a living ancestor in this mission. Forget it. Chu Young turned around and said lightly, "It's about purple cloud heavens. Let's talk about it after I go up." The 14 people above shuddered in unison. Who could tell them who exactly this person was? Chu Young grunted and said, "Well, we have a total of 14 people this time. May I ask, how are we going to divide this territory? Even if we can't all gather in one place, there should at least be a few in one region, right?" When Moonbreeze and the rest saw that Chu Young actually spoke to the emissary from the imperial court in such a manner, they were all stunned. The emissary's loss of composure was his own matter, but for Chu Young to be able to talk to him so freely and talk to him as an equal was an anomaly. No, the conversation between the two still seemed to be led by Chu Young. Moreover, Chu Yang's attitude was arrogant, as if he was asking a subordinate, and the emissary was also answering his questions respectfully, very cooperative. What exactly was going on? They were supposed to meet a god today, but why did it seem like they had bumped into a ghost now? The emissary frowned and said with a bitter face, "It was supposed to be like this. However, even if one or two of them happen to be in the same region, they still have to be separated. The Heaven Imperial Court's territory is vast, more than 1,000 times larger than this heavenly continent. Even if they are in the same region, there are many restrictions between the regions. If the cultivation of either side is not enough, it will be very difficult to break through the restrictions and gather together." Chu Yang frowned and said, "Oh, so it's like this." Sweat broke out on the emissary's face. He said, "This is not only the Heaven Imperial Court's rule, but also His Majesty's special instructions. I really don't dare to go against it. Please forgive me. Don't blame me." Moonbreeze and the others continued to be dumbfounded at this scene. If not for their eye sockets, their eyes would definitely have popped out. It was really too shocking. Wasn't the emissary's attitude a little too exaggerated? Why did something that was supposed to be a matter of course become something that could only be done if Chu Yang was magnanimous and didn't mind? This seemed a little too strange, wasn't it? Chu Yang nodded lightly and said, "Since there are rules in place, then there's no harm. I have another request. Can the emissary please make it convenient for me?" This long drawl didn't sound like a request at all, but more like an order. In the sky, the 14 emissaries felt their balls ache at the same time. Damn it, what was going on today? They really wanted to beat themselves up. They wouldn't dare to touch the person in front of them, even if they were beaten to death. In the past, they and the others were the ones who received people to break through to the Heaven Imperial Court. How majestic and domineering was that? Which one of those who were received wasn't extremely respectful? Whatever they said was the law. Was there a place for you to bargain? Why was it that this time, with a total of 14 of them going out together, they met such a piece of trash? He actually chatted with them, the Heaven Imperial Court emissaries. Not only chatted, but he was also arrogant. Not only was he arrogant, but he also dared to request for convenience. He directly gave an order. But the few of them really didn't dare to not make this convenience. If it was someone else, they would probably have directly said, "Make my ass." Then, he gave him a good beating. But this person in front of them, who dared? Didn't she ask, "How is Jun Shang?" This sentence already showed that he had someone above him. And this person was a big shot that determined his level. The kind that could blow the 14 of them away with a fart from this big shot. This request for convenience. This was clearly a blatant threat. It was just that they were really unlucky today. Why was it their turn to be on duty? If this convenience was given, what if it violated the laws of heaven? May I know what request it is? We are just a few small emissaries and don't have much authority. I'm afraid we don't have enough power. The leading emissary suppressed his temper and said, "Hurry up and say that we are small officials and don't have the ability to meet your request. Emissary, please rest assured. We definitely won't make things too difficult for you. We are all men. It's naturally not a big deal for us to go our separate ways. But there are a few women in our group. They are all the wives of our brothers. It's a little unreasonable to let the husband and wife be separated in two places, right?" Chu Yang said seriously. "I heard that there are a lot of perverts in the Heaven Imperial Court. We are really worried about them going alone. Haha, we are all men, you know." So, Chu Yang threw over a "we are all men. We understand" tacitly. Look, cough, 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 cough. The 14 people in the air coughed in unison. There are a lot of perverts in the Heaven Imperial Court? You actually heard about it? May I ask who you heard it from? Where did you hear it from? Moreover, look at all of you. You are obviously the most standard and orthodox perverts. You even brought your wives along to break through the void. Who is more perverted than the other? The one who had the least right to call him a pervert was the leader of the group. You fucking put away 5 great beauties just now. Do you think we're blind and didn't see it? You are simply shameless. For a moment, the 14 people had the same feeling at the same time. I'm afraid that after this little guy goes up, there will be another weirdo in the pervert's world. And with someone at the top, the Heaven Imperial Court won't be peaceful anymore. In short, this guy is definitely a scourge. A huge scourge. My request is to be in the same territory as my wife. Anyway, there will definitely be people in the same territory. I will be grateful if the emissary can make things easy for me. Chu Yang pointed at Emo Qingwu and then said, and my brother Dong Wushang and his wife. Please don't be separated too. All right, my sister too. It's best if she can be in the same territory as me. If the three of them are together, it's also fine to let her be with her teacher. I believe that to the emissary, this is just a piece of cake and has nothing to do with the rules. As he spoke, he pointed at Wu Jueqing. Chu Yang's initial plan was to insist that Chu Le be with him. But when he thought of his weakness of being overly protective, he was afraid that Chu Le really wouldn't have many opportunities to train with him. Taking a step back and letting Le be with Wu Jueqing, although Wu Jueqing would also take good care of Le, he would be able to let Chu Le go out to train. Just based on this point alone, he was really better than Chu Yang. Other than that, Chu Yang had another plan. When Wu Jueqing went up this time, he would definitely try his best to find out about the whereabouts of his brothers. As long as he heard any news about them, he might not be able to hold himself back. Once he got in touch with them, yes, then it would be relatively safe for his sister to be with him. It would be much safer than for her to be with him. This was Chu Yang's wishful thinking. Chapter 17:17. The 14 people above seemed to discuss among themselves. Finally, the leading envoy nodded and said, "This should not be a problem. It's within the scope of our duties to open the door for you, but this is all we can do." Chu Yang narrowed his eyes and smiled. Thank you. This is enough. I will definitely not forget your kindness in the future." When the crowd saw the 4 people in the sky, they all smiled. We were waiting for you to say that. As the saying goes, ask for a sky-high price, but pay as low as you fall. If we don't make things clear, who knows how many more conveniences this shameless girl in front of us will ask for. There are a total of 4 areas that can be entered. Apart from these 3 women, there are 11 more people. The leading envoy said, since we have opened the door, we might as well make things more convenient for you. You can decide for yourselves. Who else? I hope it's... Before Chu Yang could speak, Emo Tianji had already raised his hand. Me. Everyone looked at each other in shock. Emo Tianji didn't say anything just now. Competing for the right to accompany Chu was already very surprising. Now that he jumped out to choose the area, it was even more surprising. Why are there so many strange things happening today? I'm not very picky. I'm very worried about my sister. It would naturally be best if I could be in the same area as my sister. Of course, if it makes things difficult for the envoy, I can also choose to be in the same area as Elder Wu. I'm very willing to listen to his teachings. Either side is fine. Emo Tianji said calmly, righteously, and with great logic in his hands. Chu Yang's mouth twitched. This guy's ambition was very clear, but his logic was so easy to understand. You're the brains of the tribulation, but you're actually thinking about such things. It's really despicable. I can go to any area. My only request is that I must be determined to be separated from them. GMO shouted. I must be independent. Luo Kudi didn't want to be outdone. He shouted, same for me. I must be independent. Rue Butong puffed out his chest. And me. Aosia Yun and the others also made their requests. In an instant, the 10 or so people were facing the 14 envoys in the sky. The scene was a little chaotic. At the side, the Moon Breeze couple's jaws had already dropped. The 14 envoys in the sky frowned at the same time. Motherfucker, who do you think you're old? You bastard who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and said, thank you for your help. Let's make it random. Just put it where it is. It doesn't matter. That's good too. The leading emissary said, but there's one thing I have to remind you. After you go up, you can only rely on yourselves to walk the rest of the way. Life and death, victory and defeat, it was all up to fate. Don't even think about asking for extra care. We can't go out to receive heaven and earth. Chu Yang said. Of course. The brothers stared at each other for a long time. He had already said everything he wanted to say. Separation was imminent. After today's parting, who knew when they would meet again? Between each domain and the domain, there was a limit to one's cultivation level. Even if one wanted to wander around in the same area, one's cultivation level would still be limited. Then, when would the brothers meet again? That was something that no one could say for sure. Brothers. Chu Yang forced a smile and said, Heavens, we've gone through countless ups and downs. However, our achievements today are already unprecedented. In the short span of 4 years, we've achieved our current status from nothing. If someone told us this 4 years ago, that you'll stand at the peak of the heavens continent and break through the void after 4 years, would you believe that? Gu Duxing and the others looked at Chu Yang with their eyes shining. No one said a word, but their eyes were burning. Indeed, if someone told them this 4 years ago, no one would believe that. We've gone through 4 years of hardships from nothing. Now, we're well prepared. We'll be ready to set out again. Then, how many years will it take to reach our current status in the Heaven's Imperial Court? Chu Yang laughed and said proudly, Among us brothers, who is willing to be below others? Is there anyone? If we want to do it, we'll be the boss. Other than the boss, I don't care about anyone else. Chu Yang laughed. Suddenly, he felt that his heart was clear. Since his rebirth, he had always felt heavy pressure. The fate of his previous life was like fate, pressing down on his body. Every moment, it was like walking on thin ice. He was afraid of repeating the same mistakes and repeating the same tragedy. But, until now, at the moment when he was about to break through the void, Chu Yang finally realized. He had completely changed the original trajectory of history. He had really reversed the wheel of fate. All the tragedies in the past could no longer happen. Therefore, Chu Yang's heart suddenly relaxed. The long-lost arrogance reappeared in him. But now, no one said that this was arrogance. No one dared to say it. Especially no one had the right to say it. Because Chu Yang had this now. With this kind of strength, he had this kind of confidence. No matter how arrogant he was, in everyone's eyes, they could only say that this was self-confidence. Monstrous self-confidence. Chu Yang was wearing a black robe. He looked up to the sky and laughed. His hair was messy and his clothes were fluttering in the wind. Looking at the arrogant Chu Yang, the brothers didn't say anything, but their eyes were shining. Boss was right. Since we've gone from nothing to ruling the Heaven's Imperial Court in 4 years, so what if we're about to face the Heaven's Imperial Court? Nothing more than that. Emo Qingwu looked at Chu Yang with infatuation. Her eyes were full of love. This is the kind of Chu Yang that I like. No matter how difficult it was, he never fell. He never bent his spine. No matter how difficult it was, he always faced it with determination. Now, when he stood at the top of the world, he smiled. He could finally smile happily. But who knew that among all the people standing here today, only one person was qualified to smile like this? This person was Chu Yang. There was only Chu Yang. He should smile. Smile happily, smile freely, and smile to his heart's content. Emo Qingwu shouted, Chu Yang, wait for me. I'll find you soon. As she shouted, tears rolled down her cheeks. She looked out with teary eyes. Chu Yang's body was already in the clouds. Chu Yang laughed and said, If you don't find me, I'll find you. You're my destined wife. I'll kill whoever dares to touch you. Not even the Tian Ke Saint could do it. Ha ha ha. The 14 people in the sky clicked their tongues at the same time. This little one was really crazy, crazy beyond imagination. In the entire Heaven Imperial Court, who dared to talk about Lord Saint like this? Even if it was behind their backs or in private, no one would dare to talk about it. But this little brat was actually shouting in broad daylight without the slightest scruple. Awesome people indeed had awesome thoughts. Only the most awesome people dared to do such awesome things. Thunder suddenly exploded in the sky. The leading guide said loudly, Everyone, the gate to the Heaven Imperial Court is open. Please move forward. Then, golden light suddenly appeared in the sky. thousands of colorful streaks, and a strange fragrance wafted over. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, everyone who saw it sucked in a breath of cold air at the same time. There were a total of 14 golden bridges that connected heaven and earth. They appeared abruptly in the void. As long as one wasn't blind, they could see it clearly. The entire sky was filled with boundless golden light. Southeast, Chu clan. Yang Ruolin looked at the golden light in the sky. Her whole body trembled. She suddenly rushed out and shouted, "Yang Yang, my son, you must be well. You must be well. Mother will wait for you to come back to see me." Yang Ruolin looked up and shouted, tears streaming down her face. She knew that Chu Yang wouldn't see her grief at this moment. Since he wouldn't see it, it wouldn't affect her son's state of mind. So she burst out without restraint. He used all the strength in his body to roar out his thoughts and blessings towards the heavens and earth. Chu Failing stood by his wife's side and held her frail body in his arms. His deep eyes gazed at the brilliant yet unreachable golden light in the sky. He gazed deeply at it. "Son, you have to walk on your own. You must walk well. Walk steadily." Law Enforcement City. Chu Yang stood in front of the first golden bridge. The wind blew and his clothes fluttered, as if he wanted to fly with the wind. He seemed to feel something. When he stepped on the golden bridge, he suddenly turned his head slowly and gazed deeply towards the southeast. There was longing, admiration, and deep affection in his eyes. "My parents are in that place. My home. Although I didn't grow up in my parents' home, although I didn't receive the care of my parents like other children, and I didn't get to sit beside them in the morning and at night, but I can be absolutely sure that my parents' love for me is no less than any other parent's love for their children in the world. Even more than that. Which parent doesn't hope for their children to have a bright future? I will bring supreme glory to my parents for the Chu clan." Chu Yang stepped onto the golden bridge and walked up step by step. Then, he slowly said in a deep voice, "I am the son of my parents. So, I should bring my parents supreme pride. Pride that no one in the world can match. This is my responsibility as a human. Together with everyone in the world, I encourage you," Chu Yang said in a deep voice. He climbed up the golden bridge step by step. His body was straight and upright. "A human's responsibility. We have it too." Gu Duxing and the others shouted in unison. Suddenly, they felt their hearts were filled with a sour warmth. It was a kind of thick familial love that could almost melt their hearts. We also want to make our parents proud. Let's go." Emo Qingwu and the other 13 people stepped on the golden bridge in front of them at the same time. Chapter 17-18. Emo Qingwu looked up, her eyes filled with endless longing. Chu Yang looked back with deep affection. Dong Wushang and Emo Lei looked at each other lovingly. Emo Tianji looked at Chu Le's golden bridge without any concealment. "I'll look for you. I'll definitely look for you. Wait for me." Chu Le seemed to sense something. She turned her head slightly and met Emo Tianji's gaze. Suddenly, her face turned red and she quickly looked away. "Take care, everyone. We'll meet again." After stepping on more than 10 steps of the golden bridge, the 14 of them turned back at the same time and cupped their fists. "We'll bid farewell here." Moon Breeze and the rest bowed solemnly. "Take care, everyone." In the distance, a figure rushed over. "Chu Yang Tianji, take care." It was Diwu Qingru flying over. Beside him, Ling Han Shui's clothes were as white as snow, following closely behind. Chu Yang looked over and suddenly smiled. He cupped his fists and said, "Brother Diwu, Miss Ling, congratulations. The next time you come back, we'll drink till we're drunk to make up for your wedding." Ling Hanshue's face suddenly turned red. Diwu Qingru's face also turned red, but he cupped his fists graciously. "Brother Chu, thank you." Diwu Qingru and Ling Hanshue probably had some feelings for each other now, but neither of them was willing to confess first. They were stuck between success and failure. Both of them had their own concerns. Diwu Qingru's personality was calm and reserved. He would never ask for a snub if he wasn't confident. But how could he be confident in such matters? As a woman, Ling Hanxue was even more embarrassed. If this continued, who knew how long it would take? It wasn't impossible for them to part ways in the future. However, Chu Yang's sudden words had pierced through all the window paper for the two of them and had given a conclusion to this matter. From then on, everything was clear. This sentence. It was said by the Calamity Sword Master, Chu Yang, at the last moment of the void-shattering realm. It was also to cheer for Diwu Qingru in front of all the heroes in the world. It also forced Ling Hanxue into a corner. Since that was the case, they could only move forward. A happy marriage was just around the corner. How many happy couples in the world were introduced by others? They got engaged just because they had some feelings for each other, but they stayed together for the rest of their lives and grew old together? There wasn't the soul-stirring feeling of free love, but there was the calmness of life. Wasn't this another kind of happiness? Chu Yang laughed out loud. Then, he turned around and walked away in an elegant and confident manner. Everyone who was watching from below had a strange feeling. As Chu Yang stepped onto the golden bridge, every step he took forward, they felt as if they had been struck by lightning. His temperament seemed to have become even more free and easy, even more dashing, and even more arrogant. It was as if the moment he stepped onto the golden bridge, he began to transform. Every step of the metamorphosis was an earth-shattering change. 14 people climbed towards the top of the golden bridge at the same time. Everyone was focused, eyes only. His eyes were fixed, and he did not care about anything else. Brother's brother, but this parting will be for a long time. Once again, when I see my brother again. At the heavens, when I was at the heavenly you. There's A's. Everyone didn't notice, or rather, forgot one thing. Wind Fox. This spirit beast had eaten so many heavenly treasures and spirit beast cores, but it had been in a deep slumber. Imo Qingwu had always kept it in her pocket. At this moment, it was like a dead object. Imo Qingwu herself was filled with sorrow at this moment. With tears in her eyes, how could she remember that she still had this little thing in her pocket? She just walked onto the golden bridge. The guide frowned. He really didn't understand why this little girl was carrying the corpse of a pet in her pocket. But that big shot Chu Yang had already said that this little girl was his wife. How could he offend her? Since that was the case, forget it. It's just the corpse of a pet. What's the use? If this little girl likes it, then let her take it. But this dead object would be incinerated immediately after going up. The little girl would be happy for nothing. Why should he be a villain? Therefore, he didn't even mention it. He just turned a blind eye and let it go. What he didn't know was that this small oversight would have a far more far-reaching impact. This little thing, which was just a corpse in his eyes and didn't belong to the Heavenly Demon Clan, actually caused a huge change in the Heavenly Imperial Court's Demon Clan after a long time. But this was a story for another time. Chu Yang walked up step by step. His mind was drifting. He thought of the struggles he had in the Heavenly Imperial Court 4 years ago. Scenes flashed through his mind. It was as if all the things, all the experiences, all the battles were flowing through his mind at this moment. It was as if he had experienced it all again. Suddenly, a surge of pride rose from his chest. At this moment, he almost looked up to the sky and howled. Step by step, he felt that he was getting higher and higher. Gradually, he was about to touch the clouds in the sky. He didn't look back, but he knew and could feel that countless people's gazes were on him. Then, he took relaxed steps and climbed up step by step. Chu Yang chuckled and sang. His black robe fluttered in the wind. Drifting in the martial world, a few steps, hard in dream, sweet in drink. Gale in all directions, sad in heart, ambushing in all directions, cold in heart. Who can draw his sword beyond the green heavens? I want to sharpen my sword. White cloud sky. The Heavenly Imperial Court gazes from afar. I say that my life is not in vain. Chu Yang's voice was so sonorous and powerful. It was full of magnetism, but it was mixed with endless elegance. It reverberated in the whole world for a long time. Ha ha ha. Good. The brothers on the golden bridge laughed in unison. Boss said it well. Who can draw his sword beyond the green heavens? I want to sharpen my sword, white cloud sky. The heavenly imperial court gazes from afar. I say that my life is not in vain. Good, good. Thunder rumbled in the sky. The whole sky was suddenly filled with golden light. Countless lightning bolts fell at the same time. The people below only felt that their eyes were suddenly dazzled at this moment. When they hurriedly fixed their eyes on the sky, they saw that the many golden bridges in the sky had disappeared without a trace. In the distant sky, balls of brilliant golden light flickered and turned into streaks of brilliant shooting stars. Chu Yang and the others. They had already disappeared without a trace. Only the lingering charm of the laughter, just now still reverberated in the world for a long time. The heavenly imperial court gazes from afar. I say that my life is not in vain. The people slowly murmured and refused to leave for a long time. Everyone knew that on this continent, from today onwards, another myth was born. An eternal legend. The legend that belonged to the current generation's tribulation swordmaster. The legend of 14 people collapsing the sky and breaking the void at the same time. Such a legend was not only unprecedented, it was also unprecedented. Beside a hidden mountain rock in the law enforcement city, a figure stood proudly with his hands behind his back. He looked at the golden light in the sky slowly disappearing, with a slight smile on his face. Brother, have a safe journey. This person. He was dressed in a green robe, with a tall and straight figure. His face was handsome, as if he was out of this world. It was Dukyu. He came in the end, but he was carefree by nature. He was really not used to facing the sorrow of parting, so he only sent him off secretly. Beside him, there was a young girl in green. It was June Lulu. Both of them were reluctant to part. They were a little sad. Shaking his head and smiling slightly, Dukyu slowly floated up and hugged June Lulu. He didn't even look back as he floated down the mountain. He murmured, once those guys go up, this heaven imperial court is destined to be restless. Maybe it will turn the world upside down. Those guys are capable of anything, it's just that. I'm already tired of this kind of Jianghu life. I only hope to spend the rest of my life peacefully with the person I love. I can't fight with you guys. Brother, I'm sorry. I only hope that when you guys come back, come and have a drink with me. Chu Yang was chatting with the leader of the group. At this juncture, he naturally wanted to use all the resources available to him. Although the leader of the group was only a low-ranking official, he was still a local tyrant. If he could get more information about the Heaven Quest from him, then his journey would be smoother. At least, it would be safer for him. After asking a few questions, he suddenly felt that his body was inexplicably heavy. Then, he fell from the sky. The golden bridge under his feet suddenly disappeared, and his body suddenly became weightless. He lost control in an instant and fell down in a sorry state. Originally, with Chu Yang's cultivation level, even if the unforeseen event in front of him was too sudden, and he couldn't immediately use his cultivation level to control his qi, he could at least stabilize his body and not be in such a sorry state. However, he didn't expect that in addition to the disappearance of the golden bridge, the ground under his feet also produced an abnormally strong suction force and sucked his entire body down like a meteorite. And the sky also seemed to be filled with a strong pressure, pressing him down. At the same time, the pressure from heaven and earth complemented each other. Coupled with the sudden change in situation, Chu Yang actually couldn't react in time. He was in an extremely sorry state. What's this situation? What's going on? Chu Yang said angrily. The reason is very simple. You've already arrived. The leading guide's voice sounded. Take care. I hope to see you again in the future. Hey, Chu Yang shouted. As guides, you should at least introduce me to the local customs and people here, right? I'm sorry, I can't tell you more. This is the rule. From now on, you have to explore everything by yourself. We're also very sorry about this. We're really sorry. As soon as the guide's voice fell, A golden cloud in the sky suddenly rose and disappeared with a whoosh sound. In the distance, those guides wiped their sweat at the same time. Return. They finally completed this damn mission. Their lives were saved. Chuyang felt that his body was falling, but he didn't have any ability to control it. He couldn't help but feel helpless. I still don't know where I'll land in the end. I don't have any martial arts to protect me. I can't even use my martial arts to protect my body. How can I survive such a free fall? There seemed to be a patch of green coming towards him quickly. Chuyang was thinking, why is it so green? Why is it so green? What is it that's so green? The next moment, his body had already fallen into that pile of green. Chapter 17:19. He fell to the top of a towering tree. Then, he let out a blood-curdling scream. His back bumped into a thick and solid tree branch and broke it. Then, he bumped into a second tree branch. Then, he continued to bump down. He didn't know how many tree branches he had bumped into. Crack, 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 boom. What the fuck? Chuyang fell to the ground with his face facing the sky. The only feeling he had now was that all the bones in his body were broken. He couldn't help but curse. You fucking told me in advance if you wanted me to come down, right? What's with such a sudden attack? I'll remember you. Wait till you're old. Ouch. It hurts. However, he couldn't be blamed for this. If it were someone else, of course we wouldn't let him go down like this. We would at least remind him to be careful, but you're different. You fucking acted so awesome all the way here. You have a backer, someone above you, and super strong abilities. Even an idiot can tell that you're very familiar with this heavenly imperial court. Since you're familiar with it, how can you not understand the environment of this heavenly imperial court? Besides, you don't allow us to interfere too much. Didn't we do everything according to your wishes? You're already so familiar with it, but you still teased us all the way here. Do you really think we're idiots? After you go down, you can be a bird flying in the sky and a fish swimming in the sea. I'm not going to serve you anymore, idiot. Therefore, the price Chuyang had to pay for acting tough this time was that he almost fell to his death. This was really a self-inflicted disaster. There was no other way. If he didn't act tough, he wouldn't have been able to get such good treatment. However, he couldn't pretend to be a pretentious prick and be seen through by others. So, Chuyang fell and stopped breathing. He lay on the ground for a long time. He was so close. If it wasn't for that tree below, if he really fell to the ground, he would definitely be finished. This wasn't an exaggeration. Chuyang's physical body was undoubtedly more than 100 times stronger than an ordinary person's. But he didn't use his own cultivation, didn't use any martial arts, and didn't even have time to use any protective techniques for falling from a high altitude. Falling from such a high altitude, he still had to be supported by external forces. There was absolutely no way he wouldn't die. At this moment, Chuyang's heart was filled with fear. In that moment, he couldn't control his body, and the subtle feeling of life and death was really didn't want to think about it. At the same time, Chuyang made a painful decision. This was the heavenly layer. It was a completely new domain that he knew nothing about. He was no longer the Calamity Sword Master of the heavenly layer. He was afraid that there were too many things that he could not control. In the future, I must be more careful. I must not let something like this happen again. After lying on the ground for half a day, Chuyang tried to adjust his breath and breathe in the air of the celestial imperial court. He carefully sensed everything in his new environment. In just a short moment, he felt relaxed and happy. The anger that had accumulated in his heart had disappeared. The spiritual energy in this realm was very dense. In such an environment, it was so dense that it could overwhelm the air. Even though it was a little difficult for him to breathe and he needed some time to get used to it, he was still shocked when he felt a large amount of spiritual energy entering his body. The density of spiritual energy in this realm was at least 10 times denser than in the Chongtian continent. This comparison was even the most conservative judgment, because this seemed to be just the kind of lawless area in the celestial imperial court. It was impossible for it to be a good place for martial artists to cultivate. However, the density of spiritual energy had reached such a level. No wonder the martial artists who ascended the celestial imperial court were so tall. This seemed to be a forest. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and looked at the surrounding environment. There were towering trees around him, but under him there was soft grass. A cute little white rabbit timidly peeked out its small head from behind a tree. It looked at Chu Yang with infinite curiosity. In this little rabbit's head, it couldn't understand no matter how hard it tried. How could a living person suddenly fall from the sky? After a long while, Chu Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief and slowly tried to get up. Chu Yang realized that the situation seemed to be a little wrong. Why did it feel like there was a lot of stickiness on his body? It also felt like the earth was automatically sucking him in, not allowing him to get up or move. Even the air was suppressing him. What was this situation? Why was it so strange? Chu Yang used a certain amount of his cultivation strength to sit up from the ground. Then, he stood up and tried to take 2 steps. It was still full of pressure as before. Chu Yang frowned and carefully felt the surrounding environment. After a long while, he murmured, "I see. The ground gravity in the Celestial Imperial Court is actually 10 times more than in the Chongtian continent. There's actually such a place. There are really all kinds of strange things in the big wide world." At this time, the sword spirit in the tribulation space also floated out. He greedily breathed in the air of the Celestial Imperial Court. His eyes were a little moist as he murmured, "It's been 100,000 years. I've finally returned to the Celestial Imperial Court. I've returned to my hometown." For a moment, he actually felt a little emotional. After calming himself down, he said to Chu Yang, "You're right. The gravity in the Celestial Imperial Court is indeed much higher than in the Chongtian continent. However, it's not just 10 times, but 30 times. In other words, a person who weighs 50 kilograms in the Chongtian continent will weigh 3,000 kilograms in the Celestial Imperial Court. If an ordinary person came here, he would be crushed to death by his own weight without doing anything. Shocking, right? 30 times. Chu Yang clicked his tongue. Then how do the people here live? Are there no ordinary people here? The sword spirit said lightly, "Of course, there are ordinary people here. However, even the weakest person who was born here will gradually get used to it due to the environment. Over time, their bodies will naturally become stronger than those in the Chongtian continent. As for the martial artists here, as long as they have a certain amount of wealth, they can go to the local shops and buy a light spirit jade. After wearing it, they can circulate their blood and qi, which can greatly reduce the effect of the gravity. In other words, with a light spirit jade, they can achieve the effect of being as light as a swallow." Chu Yang made a sound of agreement and said with interest, "Light spirit jade? Good stuff. How much is one?" The sword spirit smiled bitterly. "Silver is not circulated in the Celestial Imperial Court. It's not even considered a precious metal. The currencies that circulate here are mainly Shuiyun coin, Purple Soul coin, Ziyun coin, and Zixia coin. The first 3 currencies are all in increments of 100. 1 Purple Soul coin is equal to 100 Shuiyun coins. 1 Ziyun coin is equal to 100 Purple Soul coins. As for Zixia coin, it's a high-grade currency. It's very rare to see it in ordinary transactions. It's only occasionally seen in large-scale transactions. 1 Zixia coin is equal to 10,000 Ziyun coins." Chu Yang sucked in a breath and said, "In other words, 1 Zixia coin is equal to 100 million Shuiyun coins? There's such a huge difference in the ratio?" "That's right. It's because of its shocking value that it's not commonly seen." Chu Yang couldn't help but grit his teeth. Then, what about purple crystals? Are they valuable? He thought of the large amount of purple crystals stored in his tribulation space. The sword spirit twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "Purple crystals are energy crystals. Ordinary people wouldn't use them for transactions. Under normal circumstances, they would only choose to absorb their energy to increase their cultivation. Then can purple crystals be used for transactions?" "It's not impossible," Chu Yang asked excitedly, Purple crystals are good stuff. How many Zixia coins can one piece be sold for? The sword spirit rolled his eyes violently and said, How many Zixia coins can it be sold for? What are you thinking? 100 purple crystals can be sold for about 10 Zixia coins. 100 purple crystals can be sold for 10 Zixia coins. Chu Yang's eyes widened. You mean to say that 10 million purple crystals is only worth 1 Zixia coin? You're so smart. You're absolutely right. The sword spirit couldn't help but laugh. Chu Yang sat down on the ground and said angrily, Why are purple crystals so worthless here? Then what's the point of having a warehouse like this? You don't have to be so discouraged. I'm just talking about theoretical data. In reality, not many people are willing to trade purple crystals like this. Purple crystals have a deeper meaning here, and that is strength. Because everyone basically uses them for cultivation, who would sell them? Although Zixia coins are valuable, they can't be used for cultivation. The sword spirit laughed and said, If someone uses a large amount of purple crystals to trade for Zixia coins, he'll definitely be called the #1 prodigal. Chu Yang grinned. Since Zixia coins can't be used for cultivation, then the other 3 types of coins can't be used for cultivation either, right? Yes, to put it bluntly, these 4 types of coins are the official currencies that are given to the market for circulation. They only represent the amount of wealth one has. Although they're exquisitely made, they don't actually have any other functions. The sword spirit said, In reality, in the Heaven Imperial Court, whether it's purple crystals, heavenly treasures, or anything with energy, they won't be used as currency. I see. Chu Yang heaved a sigh of relief. Then, his face turned bitter again. Your words have allowed this sword master to regain some sense of superiority. However, there is another layer of meaning behind your words. Does this mean that this sword master is a pauper in the standard sense? I have nothing? I might be even poorer than a beggar? These are 2 different concepts. If you want to be rich, it's really too easy. You can casually take a few of the good things in the tribulation space and sell them for a huge amount of wealth. Although the trading value of purple crystals is limited, just 1 soul of the purple crystal can be exchanged for an astronomical amount of wealth. As for rare medicines, heavenly treasures, spring of life, and so on, there's still things that can only be encountered by chance in this world. To say that they're priceless is an exaggeration. The sword spirit said, These definitely can't be sold. Chu Yang said angrily, Those things are our foundation. No matter what, they can't be sold. Then there's no other way. So at this stage, Lord Swordmaster, you're really poorer than a beggar. Beggars have a few water cloud coins, but you really don't have any. The sword spirit spread out his hands. Chu Yang frowned and tried to think of a solution. He never imagined that he, a super-rich person in the Heaven Imperial Court, would actually have to worry about money on his first day in the Heaven Imperial Court. Chapter 1720. Why don't we make a few more Starwood rings and sell them? They should be worth a lot of money, right? Chu Yang asked. It's not just worth a lot of money. Its transaction price is likely to be higher than those heavenly treasures, because storage equipment is also very rare in the Heaven Imperial Court. If you sell it, you can definitely get a lot of money. Of course, the premise is that you can hold on until the transaction is completed, because I doubt that you can live for more than a day if you are exposed. Killing and looting are not exclusive to the Heaven Imperial Court. It's also popular here, Sword Spirit said sympathetically. I can't do this and I can't do that. What do you think I should do? Chu Yang was angry. Ever since he came to this damned Heaven Imperial Court, nothing went his way. He was too depressed. You can consider trading items with relatively low value. For example, Spirit Beast cores. You can sell them for money, but you won't attract the attention of strong people. Sword Spirit said, but you don't have many Spirit Beast cores in your space now. The Yin Yang Poison Dragon's Eye and the Lust Dragon's Inner Core are very useful. You gave the rest to Emoching Wu and Tan Tan. Well, your sister took the most important poison pill. You can just say that I'm a pauper with no future. Chu Yang was very depressed. I can't accept it. At most, I can start from the beginning. Well, you're a pauper now. You're even more pauper than a beggar. Sword Spirit said. You're so honest. Chu Yang sighed. Sword Spirit, can you roughly see where we are now? Let's confirm the location first. Oh, right. Is there anything to eat around here? Why do I feel a little hungry? Chu Yang was startled when he said this. He had been in the state of inedia for a long time. It hadn't been long since he left the Heaven Imperial Court. No matter what, he shouldn't feel hungry, right? But now? Is it an illusion? No, it's obviously the feeling of hunger. Big brother, you have to know that the gravity here is 30 times that of the Heaven Imperial Court, so your consumption is naturally 30 times or more. You have to get used to the gravity here first. Sword Spirit saw his doubts and said, and you have to remember all the achievements you've made in the Heaven Imperial Court. Here, they're all zero. The so-called Sword Master of the Calamity Sword is nothing here. Okay, then let's start from scratch. Chu Yang gritted his teeth. He was a little worried. I wonder how the other brothers are doing. Each and every one of them was as poor as him. If he was already in such a state, he didn't know how miserable they would be, however. Mo Tianji wasn't worried about Rue Butong. That guy was very good at stealing. He could become a rich man in a matter of minutes. Mo Tianji wasn't worried about that guy either. That guy knew how to cheat. He could become a rich man after cheating a few people. As for Dong Wushang and the others, he wasn't worried either. There was also a Mo layer. There was even less to worry about. This woman would directly rob and kill. After all, she was the Black Demon. But what about my little sister and Qingwu? Do they feel helpless right now? Minister Chu was deeply worried about this. Don't worry, my lord. This should be the East Pole, which is the heavenly domain that my lord is in charge of, because Junshang is the Eastern Emperor. Hence, it was also known as the Eastern Royal Sky. This forest is the Forest of Guidance. According to convention, there must be a town near the Forest of Guidance. Sword Spirit said, the Forest of Guidance can only be exited but not entered. It's a forbidden area in the Heaven Imperial Court. Its main purpose is to protect people who have just broken through. But as long as you leave the Forest of Guidance, there will be trouble. Chu Yang frowned. Trouble? Yes. The Sword Spirit said, I remember that in the past, there would be people waiting outside to rob the people who had just ascended. However, these people were generally not of the upper echelons. Generally, those who had some strength and status would not do such a thing. Because these people's strength was relatively low, they could only bully some low-level martial artists who had just ascended. However, in a general sense, to the martial artists who had just ascended, they were experts who were hard to resist. In fact, it's impossible for people to break through the void in the Forest of Guidance every day. Often, there wouldn't be one in a year or so. So, the real experts wouldn't do such a laborious and rare thing. I understand. Also, these people are definitely not a threat to you. If measured by the Heaven Imperial Court, they are at most 3rd or 4th grade supreme martial artists, Sword Spirit said. Chu Yang laughed. I understand. I heard that 1st grade supreme martial artists can come up from other planes. That's why they can be so ferocious. Yes. That's great. Chu Yang said with relief. Sure enough, there's always a way out. These people are obviously here to give us money. There are still good people in this world. Chu Yang was finally energized. He stood up and walked a few steps, gradually getting used to his body's ability to move under such heavy pressure. Sword Spirit swayed and floated out. After a while, he came back with 2 big birds of strange colors. This bird is called Flying Chicken. Its meat is tender and delicious. I used to like to eat it the most, but now that I'm a soul, I don't need to eat. Sword Master, you can roast it. I'll just smell it and satisfy my craving. Sword Spirit looked very conflicted. He was obviously drooling. There seemed to be some lingering aftertaste, but more than that, there was helplessness. Soul bodies couldn't eat. Even the most delicious food in the world was useless in front of him. fireworks rose. After a while, a strong smell of roasted meat rose in spirals. Sword Spirit raised his head greedily and sniffed, but his eyes were slightly closed. There was some nostalgia on his face. There was some nostalgia. Was he reminiscing about the glorious days hundreds of thousands of years ago? Chu Yang ate heartily and had a good meal. He ate the tube-flying chickens that were at least 7 to 8 kilograms into a pile of bones. He even took out a pot of wine from the tribulation space and poured himself a drink. He ate in such a carefree manner. Sword Spirit could only roll his eyes at this. After a long time, Chu Yang burped. Then, he staggered out. Let's go out. Heaven Imperial Court. Old age is coming. Then, he was suddenly shocked. I fell with such a great force, but I didn't make a hole in the ground? Even if the branches reduced the force, I still fell to the ground in the end. I fell so hard that I didn't get up for a long time. Why is there no trace at all? Sword Spirit said quietly. This is Heaven Imperial Court. Why didn't you fall to your death, idiot? Motherfucker. Chu Yang cursed as he walked out. The two of them found a direction that was due north in this forest of guidance. After walking for 3 days, they finally saw the edge of the forest. There was a layer of transparent fog around the forest of guidance. It formed a barrier like a light belt, tightly surrounding the surroundings. That's where the restriction is. This thing can only be exited, but not entered. At least, it's an absolute barrier for those who are not strong enough. Sword Spirit said, Sir, only after exiting this restriction can we be considered to have truly entered Heaven Imperial Court. Chu Yang nodded and said, Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? As he spoke, he walked forward. He walked out of the restriction easily. As expected, he didn't feel any resistance. Chu Yang's curiosity was piqued. He tried to walk back. He wanted to see if it was really only exiting and not entering. Boom. Thunder and lightning struck. Chu Yang let out a blood-curdling scream as he was struck and sent flying. His hair stood on end, and his small white face turned black. We really can't enter. Chu Yang grimaced. Sword Spirit was speechless. How many times did I tell you not to enter? You actually want to try it. You really deserve to be struck by this lightning. Even after walking far away from the restriction, Chu Yang still didn't see any good robbers. He couldn't help but feel a little depressed. He said, Where are those good people who give money? Where are they? Don't tell me they're all gone when it's my turn? Or did the rules of Heaven Imperial Court change? They can't be playing with me like this, right? It's so hard to find a shortcut that doesn't require me to become a beggar. Sword Spirit rolled his eyes. He really didn't want to bother with someone anymore. If it were a first-grade supreme martial artist from another plane who had ascended and suddenly came to such a strange place, he would probably be on tenterhooks right now, fearing that there would be such people. But this one, knowing that there might be robbers, was very excited. But now that there was no robbers, he was actually very disappointed. What a weirdo. I keep feeling that there's something strange about this place. Chu Yang looked around. They were already at the edge of the forest. Weeds were everywhere, and there were also traces of people walking through some places. Obviously, many people had entered and left this place. There seems to be traces of a battle over there. Chu Yang pointed to the bushes at the side and said, According to my experience, there must be something fishy about this place. There's something fishy about this place? Sword Spirit observed carefully. Before he could speak, an unusually weak voice suddenly came from the bushes that were taller than a person. Meow. Who are you? How did you know I was here? Both Chu Yang and Sword Spirit were stunned at the same time. Sword Spirit returned to the tribulation space in a flash. Chu Yang looked over there and saw a rustling sound from the bushes. A person crawled out. This person looked rather strange. So strange that it was a little inappropriate to use the word human to describe him. He had a pair of pointed ears on his head. He was chubby and as thick as the top and bottom of his head. The side of his mouth was actually horizontally long, just like a cat. Moreover, there was a furry tail behind his buttocks. This almost didn't look like a cat, but directly like a cat. in the form of a human. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.